Colorado County, welcome. Today is Tuesday, March 7th, 2023, and it's my privilege to call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And before we get to our invocation, I would just like to take this time to recognize everyone that is on the front lines that is helping our community deal with this unprecedented and continuing storms, from our operations of emergencies, Office of Emergency Services, and everyone there on the front lines, to our DOT crews in the West Slope and South Lake Tahoe. I don't know how they're doing it. And we're continue to get a lot of calls expressing appreciation for their work. To Health and Human Services, who are, making sure that our residents have the food and the services they need, to our CAO's office, which is, coordinating efforts internally, to our fire departments, our first responders, our medic units, our utility companies that are helping with the power outages, our tree crews, our community partners, and then all of our residents that are impacted. I cannot imagine what it's like to be in Tahoe right now. And thank everyone for their patience and for their hard work. And it's not relenting anytime soon, but we just so appreciate all the work that is going on in El Dorado County. And so with that, I would like to turn to Supervisor Heidel, because Pastor Klatt can't be with us today because of the storm. And so Supervisor Heidel, would you lead us in the invocation?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Please pray with me. Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather together today in your name. Thank you for all the gifts you've given us in providing wisdom and guidance to us. Guide us in our work as we endeavor to go through the people's work today and understand the pluses and minuses involved, and to try to do our best to determine what's best for the overall benefit of the county residents and for the public that we protect. Protect those who protect us, our military, our law enforcement, our first responders, our medical workers, and all the others. And dear Lord, as you know, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. In your name, we praise you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. And Supervisor Parlin, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure, everybody please stand. And begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With that, we have the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And I'll just go down the line to see if there are any changes, and I'll start with Supervisor Lane.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
On the agenda, did you want to continue?
Oh,
37.
yes, there's one minor thing.
Okay.
kind of not minor.
I
Not so much.
apologize.
Not at all, not
Thank
at
you.
all.
That's what you get for starting with me. I would like to ask for the Board of Supervisors to support not hearing the vacation home rental ordinance today and instead hearing it on May 2nd. It became very clear that, well, as all of you know, the vacation home rental ordinance is a really big deal up in the basin, including up into Tahoma and down to Strawberry. And it's something that we're very excited that the Board of Supervisors was willing to hear. And in light of that, we had these huge storms and we're buried. We have 1,000 fire hydrants in town that are buried. So any kind of fire is going to create a high risk for us. I want to thank you for recognizing all of the first responders, because we have that to thank in Tahoe as well. Thank you to them for continuing to maneuver in light of the fact that the streets are very narrow. They're one lane each direction, one lane, one direction. So two cars meet up, someone has to back up. And we're working together as best we can, but really the beginning of this storm series, which goes back to December and January, started with rain and then snow, and then rain and then snow. We have an ice dam on almost every roof, whether it's commercial property, a residential property, a governmental building. There's about 18 inches to 2 feet of just raw ice, followed by anywhere from 6 to 10 feet of snow. So we're very concerned for our residents right now that they do all they have to do to keep themselves safe and keep their neighbors safe. And in light of that, moving this discussion was really important because they don't need that right now. So I would appreciate if the board would support us in moving that discussion to May 2nd, and then hopefully we'll be down to 6 feet of snow.
Hard to even fathom.
Right, it's a lot.
That makes complete sense. Thank you so much. Supervisor Heidel, do you have any
No
changes?
changes.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I want to pull 18 for discussion and clarity.
Okay, pull 18 and Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, just a couple things. I just wanted to basically shout out staff. Thank you so much for moving the 2 items on the design standards forward. Items 23 and 24. Yes, very excited to get those going. And then I'd like to pull item number 9, just briefly for a quick question, and then that's it.
Perfect. And I also want to appreciate staff's work for the resolution of intention of the community-wide design standards. Really appreciate all your work on that, as Supervisor Parlin said. All right, CAO's office, any changes?
Yes, just briefly, planning and building has one clarification on item number 23 that they'd like to read into the record.
Please. All right. Good morning, Rob. You need to turn your mic on. Perfect. Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. For agenda item 23, we have omitted a date within the resolution, so that's attachment B. And so on the 9th whereas statement at the very bottom of page 1, instead of on XX date, it should read June 28th, 2022. And so it's a small correction, but I wanted to make sure I got that into the record. And I could take any questions if you have.
Any questions for Rob?
No.
Thank you so much. Perfect. All right, so once again, we are going to continue item 37. That's the discussion on VHRs. It's a 10 o'clock time allocation. We're going to continue that item to May 2nd and pull items 18 and 9. So with that, Kim, I think we're ready for public comment on the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Leo Bennett, Koshan, Shingle Springs. This agenda item is approval of the agenda as well as consent. I am commenting on the agenda. Hope that's okay. I'm asking you to pull item 41, which reads the cure and correct layout from moi, je parle français, and continue it to open session in the future. I have written all of you. I have had great conversations with the majority of your wonderful staff, and I have spoken to Mr. Livingston. So I feel like everybody knows where I'm coming from, but you're the decision makers. I explicitly removed the legal language that says, I'm going to litigate you under the Brown Act. I've done this with other boards, and the purpose is to have an open session clarification about where this conversation should occur. If you don't respond, all that kind of stuff, yeah, I have the option, and Mr. Livingston explained that it's normative practice to err on the side of caution. I disagree. This says significant exposure. I am here in person to tell you, you have zero exposure. I just want you to talk. I am not going to go forward. There's other things I can do, informal, like picket or fast, or I'm not going to do that either. I just want a conversation about transparency. And we have a lot of items I've addressed under good governance, and most of them will be discussed when you have your good governance workshop. Even that would be okay by me. What's not okay from my perspective is to take a cure and correct letter where the citizen has made it clear, ain't litigating, shows up in person, I ain't litigating, and go into closed session under this particular rubric. To repeat, no significant exposure. The purpose of the cure and correct is to call your attention to the issues I brought up, that a lot of citizens were surprised how an agenda item that was about the Human Rights Commission moved into something different. These are gray areas. I err on the side of transparency. And as Supervisor Heidel said, in the context of when he was chair, getting the whole public feeling on board. So just wanted to share all that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in chambers that would like to speak on the consent calendar?
Good morning, board chair.
Good morning.
Thomas. I just want to kind of dovetail Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines on what Supervisor Lane has been talking about. I'm going to keep it less than 3 minutes. Where I live, I can give you a snapshot where I live up in Pollock Pines, and I will be talking. But as I'm out there noticing hydrants buried, I'm going to be working on my neighborhood. And we got to get back to working and loving our neighbors as ourselves. But hydrants are definitely an issue. But what I saw was we had about 1.5 feet of snow and we couldn't get anybody in. So I thought, oh, I got to plow. So I got a bunch of guys. We started plowing the street out. We were able to open it up to get out before the plow came in. Judah plows. That's a whole side note. And you know where I go with this. And this is a great awakening in America, but it's starting in the West Coast. They've been talking about revival and all this stuff. Restoration is starting in our state. Generators, people having extra fuel. Neighbors need to come together. We need to work. We need to have supply. We don't wait for the disasters to come. And we're getting better in our county. And I thank God for the supervisors, but I thank you, Lord God Almighty. And just having stockpiles of things in certain areas, thinking outside the box, not waiting for all the trees to start burning down. Last thing, is all this snow and rain a sign what's coming upon the West? It is. The storm is here, but let judgment, justice run down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, flowing abundantly. That's Amos 5. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Anyone else? All right, let's go online, Kim.
See no additional public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right. We'll bring it back to the board now.
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 9 and 18 for discussion. Continue item 37 to May 2nd, 2023. Include in the correction to item 23, attachment B, the last whereas, the date should be June 28th, 2022.
All right, thank you. And before I ask for a motion, perhaps we could get some, we had some comments on item number 41 under closed session. David, could you perhaps explain where we're at with that?
I'd be happy to. Mr. Bennett Cochon's letter, contrary to his statements today, stated simply that he was excluding at this time a claim or potential for litigation, even regardless of whether he included that caveat. The sending of a cure and correct letter is a necessary first step in potential litigation over a Brown Act. It is my opinion that does create significant exposure to the county, regardless of Mr. Bennett Cochon's statements today. He could change his mind tomorrow. So there is some exposure to the county that can only be discussed in closed session in order for me to provide my frank legal opinion as to the potential exposure. So I believe that it falls within the exception to the Brown Act that allows for that discussion to take place in closed session.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. All right, I'm ready to entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, so with that, we have our 9 a.m. time allocation. So number 36, Kim.
Number 36 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board authorize changes outlined in items 1 through 5 listed below in the proposed 2023 capital improvement program with a return to the board in June 2023 for adoption of the 2023 CIP, the West Slope Road and Bridge Program, the Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program, Capital Overlay and Rehabilitation Program, Airport Capital Improvement Program. Authorize the chair to sign a budget transfer adjusting the CIP budget for fiscal year 22-23 to accommodate newly approved projects in the 2022 CIP and increase 2022-2023 expected expenses for previously approved projects.
Well, that's a mouthful.
Yes.
Good morning, Raphael.
As always, Kim, I greatly appreciate you reading that out for the
Right.
department. Morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Raphael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County, here with my staff and the Planning Department to go over with you a presentation on the 2023 CIP workshop. This is working here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, oh. Sorry about that.
Appreciate all the support staff with you today. That's
Yes, I like having backup.
Appreciate everyone being with us. No problem.
Not a
No
problem.
problem at all. Perfect. Thank you, Kim.
Is it,
I can do it for you.
okay. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So the agenda for today's meeting is to go over the background as to why we have a CIP and why are we having today's workshop. We're also here to discuss the changes that staff is proposing as roadway infrastructure into the CIP. In particular, the addition of a project into the funded portion of the list. If you agree with staff's conclusions, we will ask fiscal to move forward with the transfer and the adjustments that will be made finalized when we come back to you back in June for the adoption of that CIP. So today's first step is to have basically this discussion that we are talking about at this workshop. The adoption of the CIP would be the second step, which would happen sometime in June, with the conclusion being that of the implementation of the CIP into the TIF, which would happen shortly thereafter. So the CIP is a long-range planning tool used by staff to calculate costs, estimates, schedules, funding sources for a variety of CIP projects. That is throughout the county. It pins those projects to particular time horizons so that we know we are building them at the right time when the community needs them the most. In order to ensure that growth is consistent with the general plan that does not exceed available roadway capacity, the county is required to implement general plan policy TCXB and measure TCA. So essentially, that is what we're doing here today with this one-year update. We are primarily looking for inflationary changes, but also projects that raise to our radar that have triggered the need for modifications to some kind of changes out in the community, out in the field. Furthermore, we comply with the general plan every 5 years when we do a major update that looks at our circulation with a fine-tooth comb. So that is in collaboration with the planning department. We essentially conclude whether we are meeting our expected growth projections. The types of projects that are included in the CIP are listed here. As you can see, they are West Slope Road and Bridge projects, Tahoe Road and Bridge projects, but also we have environmental projects that we have in collaboration with the Conservancy as well as TRPA up in the Tahoe Basin. Capital overlay and rehabilitation projects, those are not your run-of-the-mill grinding overlay, slurry seal, surface treatment projects. These are large magnitude maintenance projects to the tune of $3, $4, $5 million maintenance projects. Typically, we seek grants for these types of projects, and they abide by the Caltrans CIP capital improvements program process. So these are more detailed maintenance projects. And then lastly, the airport capital improvement projects that is managed by the planning department. As I mentioned earlier, the CIP is a long-range planning tool that is used by staff so that we can pinpoint infrastructure that needs to be constructed, whether it's in the current year, the 5-year, the 10-year, or the 20-year time horizon. We work very closely with the planning department to make sure that we align our projects with the growth of the county. We would not want to build a infrastructure too soon that is not needed and then expend all our resources, all our funding, just to have a community that has existing deficiencies and then not have the funding enabled to build them. The criteria for projects to get onto the CIP as RUC listed here. Every project in the CIP has to at least meet one of these justifications, although frankly, really would need to at least meet two, because without any funding, we're not building a CIP. And preferably, we would like to have more than just two as well. As I mentioned earlier, we do have a major update that we do every 5 years that goes through our entire CIP with a fine tooth comb to make sure that all of those projects meet the criteria that you see here. So the only addition that we have to present in today's workshop is the Latrobe widening project. It was in the CIP leading up to our major update back in 2020. At the time, the growth projections were not indicating for those improvements to be needed, but as of 2021, a flurry of new commercial and retail projects have come on board, and we want to make sure that we are proactive and that we are implementing projects ahead of those projects so that we can incorporate them into our program before those projects come to fruition. Another change that we intend to make is revising our budget due to a few projects that we added to the CIP back in November, as the yearly adjustments also for inflation are included in the change table that is part of the attachments. The good news is that we are seeing inflationary pressures go down just a little bit. Unlike last year, where we saw anywhere between 15 to 20% inflationary cost adjustments, this year we're only seeing it's leveling out. We're only seeing fractional of a percentage increase in our inflationary pressures. So that's it. These are the changes that we have to our 2023 CIP. In a few minutes, I am going to open it up to the board if you have any questions or recommendations, as well as to the public to see if they have any comments on our CIP. If everything looks good, then ultimately we will bring these and any other changes that the board requires modifications here today back to the board in June for adoption, followed by the changes to the TIF shortly thereafter. That does conclude my presentation on today's workshop, although I do have other updates to the CIP that I typically don't mention at this workshop, but they're kind of questions that I've been getting on a regular basis regarding our CIP program. And so I just wanted to mention them here today. First is mosquito. For all of you who are well aware, that is a multi-million-dollar grant that was given to us by the Highway Bridge Program. And we started construction of it in 2022. It's going along slowly, as you can imagine, because we've had a lot of rain and a lot of snow, particularly up in that area. So, but we are moving along very nicely with the contractor and collaborating with them to making sure that we are meeting the specifications of the project, as well as making sure we don't impede too much with the needs of the community. The Missouri Flat signals, we intend on breaking ground on that project this year. We hope to go out to advertise soon, got to bid for that project, and then award it maybe early June and start construction by July for that project. And for those of you who don't know, that is the construction of 2 new signals on Missouri Flat Road at Enterprise and at Industrial. 2 very good news projects. One is the pedestrian overcrossing over Missouri Flat corridor. That is a hugely needed and anticipated project. Now, obviously, it's in the recommendation stages by the Transportation Commission to move forward to the CTC, but That's, I'd say, only 95% of the way there. I mean, we only got 5% more. So that is very good news. And that means we would have full funding of that project that completes the crossing for the El Dorado Trail over Missouri Flats. So that's a great project for this community. We're very pleased to have that.
That is huge. And that's been recommended for funding at the SAGHOG level.
Yes, it is.
Yes, that's a huge
We're
win.
very excited about that. And then the Pioneer Roundabout. We got a recommendation also by TRPA for that one to move forward and to go for full funding of that project also, which, as those of you who know, is a major bottleneck in the Tahoe Basin. Every time we have large volumes due to either snow impediment or high holiday traffic that goes into the area. So that is a project that we're very pleased that is going to get full funding as well. So that definitely concludes my presentation. I am here with my staff as well as with planning for any questions you might have regarding the CIP workshop.
Excellent. Well, it's good to end your project, your presentation on just such a high note. That's
Yes, most definitely.
very exciting. Supervisor Heidel.
Raphael, I first of all want to thank you for including the widening of Latrobe Road into your current project, moving that forward. I think that's absolutely essential given the projected growth that we see out in that area. I'm disappointed, however, that I don't see a widening for White Rock Road brought forward as well. And this is project number 361-05042, which we're obviously adding a cost increment, a cost index increment, but we're not moving it into the near term committed planning to get that widening done as I read it. So can you give me some update on when we expect those improvements to occur? And this is from Post Street all the way out to Silva Valley Parkway, the widening to 4 lanes.
Are you talking about from Post all the way
Post
to
Street
Silva
to-
Valley?
Right, to south of Silva Valley Parkway, is the way it's listed.
So currently, we do have that in the CIP.
Right.
So
But it's a timing. I don't see it being moved forward consistent with trying to get White Rock Road improved at the same time Latrobe Road is improved. That's what I would
And-
like to see.
And so the only trigger that would actually increase that project's priority level would be any additional vehicular trip generator. So obviously, if Costco decides to come in, then that would trigger a future growth that we are not anticipating right now. So currently, it is operating at an acceptable level of service. I know it's not great, it's not perfect. I could probably assume pretty good with some effort that it's somewhere around C or D. So it's not triggering any projections within the next 5 to 10 years that it is going to escalate to a failure in terms of level of service. But now, obviously, if that project does move forward, then I would very quickly, similar to Latrobe, move forward with my staff to getting that bumped up into the priority level so that we can elevate it and get it expedited into our program.
Okay, and my request is that they would go together. When we widen Latrobe Road, we also do White Rock because they're major confluences in terms of the traffic that flows through there. And I think it's important that we do them in a similar period of time as opposed to stage 5 years apart or something. That just isn't going to be very conducive to that traffic problem.
So let me do this. Let me take a look at the circulation, the volumes,
Okay.
and what our projected growth patterns are going to do in terms of level of service on that portion, that stretch of road,
Okay,
and see if the triggers are going to be happening without Costco, with Costco, and then what that is going to be in the 5, 10, and 15-year projection. So let me get back to you on that.
okay. And then the second question is related to the 2 other major circulators in that area, which are Bass Lake Road and Green Valley Road. A lot of those projects are still on the unfunded list. But I'm curious about ADT measurements on an annual basis. Do we see a substantial increase in some of those? Because that's what I'm hearing from the residents. More traffic, more backups, delays, et cetera. So do we really look at ADT as a measure? I know we look at peak demand and those things, but do we look at ADT as a projection of when we need to move something forward from the standpoint of getting into the funded list? Or
Thank you very much.
funded
That's a very good
events?
question. I get that question asked a lot by my
Yes.
residents, and the list that I had up there where it is the variety of justifications, it's safety, economic development, site limitations
Right.
is another one. Operational deficiencies and capacity. So we look at all of that when we determine whether a project needs to be in the CIP and whether it needs to be elevated sooner than later. So for example, the Bridlewood Roundabout was a project that we illustrated that was rising to a level much greater sooner than later and needed to be implemented into the CIP because it was showing more faster or rapid deficiencies in terms of the volume and or the movement and circulation through there. So we analyze it based off of those parameters, and then we determine whether it needs a priority level of where it's at, or reducing it, or elevating it. Now, I can tell you right now that just an increase in traffic volume doesn't justify us then moving a project up. It has to meet a threshold, and it has to meet a threshold that we feel will show a deficiency in the level of service or a safety aspect that we aren't aware of right now or in the near future. So, and that is difficult because for a lot of our residents, they move in and maybe they're a new community in an area. So to them, they see a very low traffic vehicular volume in their area. And so any increase in additional volume to them is, oh, well, you have to do something now because you have to maintain the previous volume and level of service when I first moved in, but that's not the case. It might be at a level of service A or B when you move in, and then it starts to degrade until a certain level. And then once we feel that it is getting past C and D and is leading into E and F, that we decide, okay, this is the time, whether it's in the 5, 10, or 15-year horizon, that we have to bump up that priority level of that project.
I'm wondering if there's a way through, in a more transparent manner, to really show some history on how ADT or peak demand has changed. Because when I hear constituents say, hey, the traffic is getting worse every day, and I want to be able to say, no, that's not what the data is telling us. So your perception is it's getting worse because of maybe you've changed the time of day you commute down a given road. But is there a way to provide for the major circulators only, some data that shows this is the ADT history over 5 years or something, or this is the peak demand history, level of service, D going to E, so that we can really respond to the constituents that, no, you're not right because these are the data we have, or yes, you are right. And it looks like within 4 or 5 years, we may reach that next threshold that would trigger something, but not until that. So it's just a way of trying to explain to people how you do your work.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that.
As a matter of fact, we have on our website ADTs going back several years that anybody can actually take a look at, and they are. I forgot exactly where they're at, and I'm sure one of my staff could probably help me out with that. Okay. But if you go in there and you look for traffic counts, you will find traffic counts going back, as well as if you go into the land development section of our website, you will see what a level of service A looks like, what a level of service B, C, D, and F looks like. So just because you might think that traffic has increased and, oh, my road must be a level of service F now. Well, compare it to the graph that we have on there in the pictorial depiction of what level of service F looks like. And then you can actually compare. And I think that'll give a good reference to our residents as to this is what we are bounded by the state of California as to what the designation of level of service are. And that's how we base our metrics when we decide to incorporate a project into the CIP.
Excellent. So one thing I'll note, we're doing a website update, and hopefully the search engine is substantially improved, because typically when I go to a website, I look and try to find things. I can't find it.
Yeah,
and I use the search engine and I can't find it. And you just kind of assume it's not there. So that's part of it.
It is relatively intuitive. If you go into our DOT website and you look for traffic counts,
okay, that's a keyword, traffic counts.
You should be able to find it.
Great.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yep.
You're very welcome.
Great. That's really helpful, Raphael. Perfect. All right. District 2.
Yeah, I was just going to piggyback on John's, the biggest issue is White Rock Road, especially that area in there where the traffic gets backed up, because a lot of the people pulling out of that trailer park there cannot turn left. So they have to sit for a long, long time and they have to go in and turn right and get into the traffic, and then they have to go way up and turn around to come back. So to turn left. So there's issues there. And one of the issues on White Latrobe Road, how far down are you going to widen just only a certain area? I think it needs to be, as far as I'm concerned, I think all of Latrobe Road should be widened all the way to where my cousin's ranch is, because, because the thing is with the traffic and everything that's going in there and all the developments, we got to plan for the future instead of trying to catch up. So anyway, that's my opinion.
And I completely, and that's why I wanted to make sure I had that one statement is, we are constantly wanting, if it was left up to the Department of Transportation, we would build all of it. That's our practically our mission statement is build roads, build bridges, fix bridges. And so if we could build every day, all day long, all year long, we would do so. But we got to make sure that we are placing the need in the locations where they are most justifiable. So obviously, if I build, let's say, a 4-lane road all the way to Latrobe, yes, we would love to do so, and I'm sure a lot of the commuters that are on there would love that as well. But if that means I expend all the resources out of that zone, and then I have a level of service F at, let's say, one of the intersections, let's say Saratoga and El Dorado Hills, and I don't have the funding to build that, then that's where I run into a conundrum. So we want to try and time it, and it's difficult. It's a crystal ball, and we're trying to look into it and trying to make forecasts. But I can say this, Supervisor Turnbull, is that if any resident calls the department and says, hey, can you take a look at this one intersection, we would gladly reanalyze. I mean, obviously with some limitations, we're not going to look at it 3 to 4 to 5 times a year, but maybe once a year, look at an intersection, for example, coming out of the mobile home park there. I forgot what the name of the street is, off of White Rock, at that location, at that intersection, and see if maybe there's new vehicular volume that we just haven't caught. Maybe that our traffic counts didn't pick up on, or we alternate years that we do count. So maybe that year that we did was a low year, the following year might be higher. So if there are ever any requests due to changes and modifications, deficiencies out in the field, the Department of Transportation would gladly take a look at it. For example, we've at least once a year taken a look at finders in Saratoga in terms of impacts. We've taken a look at Motherlode and Buckeye. We're always looking at intersections to make sure that our forecasts, our crystal ball, the previous year or at the 5-year update were conclusive and we're going down the right path. So by all means, please let your residents know that we gladly take a look at
there
it.
should be a stoplight in that one particular area, because that's prevents a lot of the people, and the peak times are usually in the morning and after people get off work. So that's when traffic is backed up, and that's when it needs to be more of a study done. So
All right, we'll take a look at that and see if it meets the warrants. Thank you,
All right.
Supervisor.
welcome.
Thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
Right. I have a completely different kind of road question. Adam Bain, thank you for giving me a heads up about 3 weeks ago that the CIP discussion was coming, and then I forgot to prepare for it. So this morning at like 7 a.m., I think I emailed Raphael, just a heads up, hey, I'm going to ask about this, because I never want to catch you guys off guard, but I apologize for not getting ahead of it sooner. Bottom line is, at our February 2nd Transportation Commission meeting, when Executive Director Deloria gives his, update every month, he always mentions funding opportunities. And so I glommed onto one, and I want to know how to get it into a CIP or have it become a project. But I sent you the text for it. It's a federal funding program. It's called PROTECT, some acronym. Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation Program, federal. And in it, it talks about evacuation routes. And so I've been, since I got in office, I've been approached by at least 2 communities, there's probably more, that only have one ingress and egress, and they're in high fire severity areas. So I appreciate you're here today, Woody, but I just want to know, how do I get that into a project or onto the CIP so that it's there and it's something that we're looking at? Because in my mind, we kind of identified a funding source maybe or something. So, and I'll just say it's, one is Kentucky Flat Road, up off of Volcanoville, that area.
yes,
And then there's
definitely.
another road, it's Marlboro Road, which is between the Luneman and Clark Mountain area. They also only have one way in and out, and they've been just with all the fires that we've been having, just hyper aware and very concerned. So whenever I get an opportunity, I ask about it. And so is this an opportunity? Is this something we put in the CIP to identify that we need to work on it, or how do we do this?
I'm going to have Mr. Deloria come up here in a second to describe more of the funding source, as I'm not very familiar with it. It's more in his wheelhouse. But in terms of the deficiency, we can definitely take a look at the ingress egress emergency, see if there are any deficiencies in terms of the vehicular volume that uses that currently the Volcanoville Road in and out. And then in collaboration with EDCDC, see if it meets the parameters of whatever that funding source is. So with that said, I'll go ahead and step aside and have Mr. Deloria come up here and share with you a little bit of that program, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. Welcome, Woody. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thanks for having me down here, Raphael. First of all, the Protect program, really appreciate that you recognize that from the commission meeting. That is a federal program that was part of the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, that was passed on November 15th of 21. That's one of many programs in the federal surface transportation bill. It does support projects such as ingress and egress for safety. It is an adaptation and resiliency focused program. So it does look at wildfire, flood, sea level rise, all the things that we're facing. I will say though, that's the good news. Yes, it is a great program.
I know, right. I know. Here it
comes. In order for any project to secure federal or state funding, it has to be in the commission's regional transportation plan.
Okay.
So that's updated every 5 years. Fortunately, we're starting that update this next fiscal year, July 1 of this year. So we are actually looking at restructuring the RTP to have a focus on adaptation and resiliency. California for a very long time has had a focus on combating climate change through their transportation investments. The federal administration now has a whole of government approach to combating climate change. So all of the transportation programs have some element of climate change included in them. So we will restructure the RTP to be more in line with that. And I think one of the efforts that we'll do with this update is to look at all of the communities on the west slope of El Dorado County that have one way in, one way out access, because there are quite a few, and identify a suite of projects that would then be eligible for that program and the other climate change related funding programs that are available.
Okay, so this isn't something that we put on our DOT's list until you've done that process, basically.
Right. So we will, as I mentioned, start that process July 1 of this year.
Okay.
It'll be 18-month to 2 year process.
Okay.
And as you know, just to kind of manage expectations, delivery of projects from planning to construction can take anywhere from 10 to 15 years in transportation. So
I know.
this isn't going to happen overnight.
And I guess that's my concern, Woody, is that by in today's standards, and forgive me, I'm probably going to say the wrong one, but like Board of Forestry or whatever, they have those standards now, and we've recognized it in past discussions that if we were going to build some of these, I'll call them subdivisions today, code would not let us build them the way we built them back then. And so, and then with climate change on top of it, and, especially Volcanoville, they had the mosquito fire last year, they had the King Fire back in 2014. We had the Fork Fire somewhere in the middle of all that. They've had a lot of fires, evacuations, and concerns, and so they're just hyper aware. And I don't want to wait 10 years for this. We kind of need it yesterday. So
sure, and I think there are some more low cost, high impact solutions that could be done sooner.
Okay.
By making the existing system more resilient to wildfire. So. Whether it's brush removal or just hardening of the system in general, to make it more resilient to wildfire. That's certainly something we do with DOT as well as Caltrans. So Caltrans also receives, within that Protect program, I think they receive $631 million in the first fiscal year, this next fiscal year for that Protect program. So that's funding that Caltrans will invest on the state highway system to make the state highway system more resilient. In our case, we have Highway 50, 49, 193 are our primary evacuation routes. So we will be advocating for Caltrans to start that work sooner than later.
Okay, and I'll just let you know that I have been working with, the fire department, the fire safe councils, and, private property owners up there. The reality of it is, it's another one of those projects that I seem to have where there's Forest Service involved, BLM, private, along this, it used to be an old logging road, quite honestly, that's no longer maintained that way. And so trying to bring that back. So it's kind of existing, but it's deteriorated for lack of maintenance. And I think the reason I haven't been able to get anywhere with it is it's multi-jurisdictional. So that's why I need big help.
One other point to keep in mind is that adding capacity to the transportation network is something that the state of California no longer supports.
Right.
The federal administration is going that direction as well, except for situations where you have evacuation risk of the magnitude that we do. So there are exceptions given in both the state and federal funding programs that will allow for additional capacity to the system to support that evacuation.
Oh, very good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So Woody, before you leave, is part of the requirement a disadvantaged community with the federal funding, or is there prioritization? Because that's the other thing we need to recognize. Some of the communities may never qualify for that, given all the demand.
Sure. So many of the programs do, well, all of the federal programs do apply a Justice 40 application, which is that disadvantaged metric that makes communities eligible for funding. However, with the Protect program, the disadvantaged community is not a metric that is scored so highly that it would make us ineligible. They are targeting rural regions that are highly susceptible to climate change impacts, and that's exactly what we have.
Excellent. Thank you.
Very good.
Excellent discussion. Thank you so much for bringing that forward, because I know that's a worry of a lot of our residents. So thank you so much for helping understand the process behind that.
And just really quickly, I wanted, since he was just up here, I wanted to thank Woody Deloria as well as the staff for his help in getting us the funding for the POC for Missouri Flat Parkway. So we work very well collaboratively with EDCDC, and we're very fortunate to have him and his group, as well as Nick Haven and TRPA, who assisted us with getting the funding for the Pioneer Roundabout. So the Department of Transportation makes sure that we collaborate with all our stakeholders, all our organizations in our communities to make sure that we are, looking under every rock, every cushion to find either funding or opportunities to partner up so that we can get as much infrastructure and improvements for our county and our residents. So just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
All right.
And I continue to be amazed as we all get funding, notices and see new programs out there. We bring them forward to you. You all, whether it's the El Dorado County Transportation Commission or DOT, you're already on it and are working on it.
Yeah.
And you just do an excellent job securing our road network.
Sure.
All right. I think any other discussion on this item? I think we're ready for public comment, Kim. Thank you, Raphael.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Good morning, Chris.
Morning. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Couple of projects that you've already talked about, but I just want to get some clarification. Golden Center Drive at Missouri Flat. This one is the one that's closest to the grade separated crossing for the trail. And I've noted that with more trail users, there's more pedestrians going across there. And at times you'll see 10 to 15 cars in each direction waiting for a ped crossing to click through the time. I don't know if you've noticed it in other places, but it starts like with 20 seconds, 19, 18. The people are already across because they're on a bike, but you got to wait and wait and wait and for that to go. So I just want to mention it's critically important because of overall traffic circulation, that grade separated, plus people cutting across, going from trail to trail without going down to the corner because they know it's going to take them a while to get across. that's unsafe.
Yep.
And we've talked about that before. Latrobe Road widening, critically important. It doesn't matter what the excuse is. It's got to be planned and it's got to be in the system so we can make sure that that widening takes care of. And as we build down in that southern El Dorado Hills area, it's critically important that Latrobe Road widening be done all the way to where it's planned to be. White Rock Road, what you guys were looking for was, I believe, Kegel's Lane. That's the one that's from the mobile home park.
Yep.
Kegel's Lane and Hidden River Way is the names of the roads that come out of there. Also, I think you need to look at Payan Road. Payan Road is in Sac County.
Right.
But Payan Road is also undeveloped, meaning it's still the way it's been since history. It's a little 2-lane road, but it's the backside of the El Dorado Hills Business Park on the west, on the Sac County side. And it also ties in any development we're going to do in that southern area down to Wetzel Oviatt Road.
Mm-hmm.
All of that ties into that planning of what that road's going to look like and how is it going to tie into White Rock Road. So the remaining one would be, and there's more than I could say, but I don't want to forget Rodeo or Rodeo, however they want to say it. That's the one in Cameron Park. That's the one I believe still is the answer to not being able to spend money. And we need to take care of that. And there's an interchange between El Dorado Hills Boulevard and Folsom. That interchange that's not built yet. I forget the name of it.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that'd like to comment on this item?
Leo Bennett, Koshan, Shingle Springs. My wife's moving us up to Pollock Pines. I'm enjoying finally having 4 seasons. But the snow, but anyway, my dad came from French Canada, so it's in my blood. So I like our roads, you know, but retired, now I'm looking at them more from a walker's perspective, a bicyclist. And I lost my son in the sense that he doesn't want to live in the county properties because there's no sidewalk. So Placerville City gained a great residence, so he's still close by. So, you know, I know that there's many issues and I'm just mentioning these. And I like what you do, Supervisor Thomas, in terms of affirming your staff. And I don't know what you do with what I call just the kind of anti-government negativity, because I was just surprised. Great report and all of that, not really my area. But when you read online, the roads are so terrible up here and all that. And then this is just a last comment. I had the wonderful opportunity for the first time to actually visit El Dorado Hills, a resident, and I met a great supervisor. But I walked, you know, when I was done, my wife went shopping, retail therapy. So I walked and I was surprised, no sidewalks, none of that stuff. And I looked it up and I didn't quite understand, you know, how that happened, except that they wanted a rural ambiance, which we have Shingle Springs, we have Pollock Pines, but hey, I felt like I was back in my growing up suburbs. And it just, you know, again, in terms of all the different pieces that impact transportation. And actually I have one last, my son was in Portland for a while, and man, those electric scooters and everything like that, I don't know how transportation is going to integrate that with cars and bikes and pedestrians. So thank you.
Thank you, Leo. All right, Kim, we're ready to go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Danielle.
Good morning, Danielle.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm on vacation. So, so as far as the Pioneer Roundabout goes, there is some pushback from residents, I'm sure. District 5 Supervisor Lane understands. With the roundabout that was installed for 89, the problem is it wasn't quite thought about quite well for residents. You know, you've reduced the size of the train up lane because of that straight pass through. There's no dedicated right-hand turn for 89 onto 50, which is what a lot of people thought were going to happen. The concern for the roundabout at Pioneer in particular is it's going to drive exiting traffic from Tahoe on major holidays and chain control to Pioneer Trail instead of keeping it on 50. And the reason being is that roundabouts give priority to people entering from the left. It's just the way that they flow. So when it's heavy business leaving, people are going to come onto Pioneer Trail instead of going onto Highway 50 because they will get priority travel from Pioneer Trail trying to head out of town than they will from Highway 50. So you are going to back up Pioneer Trail, which is a huge place where a lot of residents still live. What is the plan to reduce that and make sure that the traffic stays on Highway 50 where it really needs to be? And that's really my only concern on it. So you don't need the rest of the time for that.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Appreciate your comments, especially on vacation.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll bring this back. Any final comments, Raphael?
Yes, so my staff and I will, like I said, to Supervisor Turnbull, we will analyze Hidden River and Kegel at White Rock to see if maybe something's changed out there and see what the warrant analysis says for that location. The location at Payne Road is in Sacramento County, but we are working very closely with the JPA in terms of that project and hopefully that they can be getting grant funding for that project moving forward. We are also working and in communications with Caltrans in terms of rodeo at the location of Cameron Park. Currently, they are the ones that are holding us up in terms of they do not want what is they designate is called a slip ramp off of the freeway. And so we're working with them on that because that is it's a major roadblock and hurdle for Caltrans in terms of how they see circulation within an interchange location. So we are working with them on that. The intersection or interchange that is between El Dorado Hills and Folsom, the new one is called Empire Ranch, and the city of Folsom is working on that one. And we are collaborating with them on that in terms of the circulation and how it's going to function with our newly incorporated Saratoga into the city of Folsom. And then lastly, I'll have John Kaling up here to describe the roundabout because he gave a very detailed presentation, I'd say about 2 to 3 years ago, where they addressed just that with several community outreach meetings and what the footprint of the roundabout is going to look like and how it's going to function. And how that is going to be addressed. So I'll have John Kaling go ahead and address that here shortly.
Thank you. Good morning, John. Thank you for being with us today.
Good morning, everybody. John Kaling with DOT. Regarding the roundabout that we are currently designing at the intersection of Pioneer Trail and US 50, unlike the roundabout at 89 and 50 over in Myers at the west end of town, this one will have a dedicated right turn lane that keeps traffic out of the circle for traffic going, I'll call it eastbound 50 turning on to Pioneer. Much like there's an existing right turn pocket right there right now that traffic can use without having to sit at the light. I would respectfully disagree with the commenter's statement that more traffic on Pioneer is going to impact traffic on 50. There's going to be a 50 bypass lane that gets people out of town, just like there is at the 89-50 roundabout, that bypass lane where you go just outside the roundabout. That's going to be a feature of the design also at Pioneer and 50. So the left turn movement will have to get into the circle, and it won't be obstructed by Highway 50 traffic because, like I just said, the Highway 50 traffic will bypass the circle. And only the Pioneer traffic that wants to turn left onto 50 will have to get into the circle. Further, as you all know, there's no real way that we can compel people to take US 50 over Pioneer or vice versa. People are going to take the road that they want to take. So I'm happy to answer any more questions about the roundabout if anybody has any at this time.
Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor Lane.
Thank you for this information. Will the roundabout look similar to the one at 89 in that when you're going west towards Echo Summit, you can take the inner lane or you can take the outer lane?
Yes.
It'll be similar.
That you have exactly right. It will, because that will allow people coming from the Y to come down and turn left on the Pioneer.
Right,
They can only turn left if they get into the circle.
right.
Okay,
But they can go into the inner lane and still go straight as well.
that's correct. Yes. you bet.
Okay. And then, so the only difference between the one that has been constructed and the one that you're proposing is what we wish we had actually on the 89 roundabout, which is the dedicated right onto 50. This one will have a dedicated right onto Pioneer, which is important and
That is correct.
necessary.
That is correct. One other point I would like to make real quick is that it doesn't matter what intersection is there or what intersection is at 89 and 50. It doesn't matter on bad days.
Right.
The intersections are not going to fix the overwhelming traffic that the basin sees, especially Myers and South Lake Tahoe. So
Right.
you could have a roundabout, you could have a signal, you could have a stop sign, you could have a Wild West free for all. It's not going to make any difference. on
And
those
we've seen that. We understand that that's a truth. And we've seen Pioneer backed up even with the signal for those same reasons. There was criticism about the original roundabout, which I have a summer cabin out there. I'm out in that area all the time, and I think it's working very well, except on those days where chain control backs it up or we're just overwhelmed with traffic. And then we all agree that it doesn't matter if it's a roundabout, a signal, nothing works. But the criticism of the first one was the traffic study itself, and that wrong information was used stating that that was the traffic count for that intersection, when in fact it was a different intersection. I've spoken with Mr. Martinez about this a few times, and he's assured me that no, that's not true. The traffic study was the correct one used. Is the traffic study available to the public anywhere on DOT's website for the intersection of Pioneer Trail and Highway 50 that we could refer to?
No, but it's easy enough to put it out there.
Okay,
It's no problem.
I think that might be helpful.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah, we can do that. No problem.
all right. And is there an anticipated construction start date?
We are looking at putting it out the bid a year from now and building it in 2024.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you being with us, John.
bet.
All right, this board item just shows you how complex and how vast our road network system is. My goodness. All right, so where are we? I think we're ready for action. Are there any final comments or questions?
I think staff got their direction, so look forward to the June presentation, but yeah.
All right, so Kim, can you? Were there any other changes?
Did we make changes or we just gave direction?
No, we just gave direction.
This is a workshop,
Okay,
so yeah.
so, all right, so let's see.
Unless we
Alright,
need
so
to make
just-
it
just
formal.
yeah.
Move as
Approve the item.
recommended by staff. Move to approve as recommended by staff.
Is that a motion, Supervisor
That is a
Carlin?
motion.
Excellent.
I'll second it.
And seconded by Supervisor Turnbull. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. All right, it's unanimous. Thank you
you.
again, Raphael
Okay,
and John and our
thanks,
DOT staff. Really appreciate it. All right, I'd like to remind everyone, if those folks have joined us online in anticipation of the 10 a.m. time allocation of the VHR program update, that because of the extreme weather circumstances that you are dealing with up in the Tahoe Basin, that item has been continued to May 2nd. So the board will not be hearing item number 37, the VHR program update. So circle back around with us on May 2nd when you are not as buried in snow. So, all right. So with that, let's move on to item 32, Kim.
Madam Chair,
Item 32.
apologies. If we could move to item 33 first, because
Oh, absolutely.
Director of Human Resources is not here yet.
Oh, perfect. Item number 33, Kim.
Can I just
Item
ask
30
a point of order really quick? I
Sure.
just, for my own understanding, so and items were pulled off consent and one was questioned. When do we go back to those?
When it fits.
Whenever it
Yes.
fits?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really
It's kind of up to the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for
All right.
that. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Yes. Okay.
Are we doing 32 or 33?
So 32, let's go back to 32. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Item 32 comes from Human Resources Department, recommending the board appoint Leanne Mila to the position of Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures effective March 11, 2023 at step 2 of the salary range.
Good morning, Joey. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning, Board. Joey Carrasco, Human Resources Director. And this item is for the board to consider appointing Leanne Mila as the new Ag Commissioner. I'll just give you a very quick overview of the process that brought us here. The previous Ag Commissioner, Charlene, retired late last year. So we went out and did a competitive recruitment shortly thereafter. The first panel interview was early January of this year, and that was with several members of our Ag Commission sat on that panel, as well as Ag Commissioners from several neighboring counties. A couple of weeks later, we had another round of interviews with some internal department heads here at the county. And after those two interviews, two candidates really rose to the top. We brought those two candidates in to meet with the board. And the net of all of these interviews and the vetting process was that Leanne Mila, our internal candidate, rose to the top. So with that, I'm on behalf of Human Resources presenting Leanne Mila as the top candidate for the new Ag Commissioner position, and I'm recommending step 2 of the salary range. With that, I can answer any questions that the board might have.
Thank you, Joey. Are there any questions or comments from the board? No. All right. Well, just delighted to welcome Leanne Mila to officially to this position and to just really look forward to having this position filled and moving forward with this department. So,
Absolutely. She
wonderful.
would have loved to have been here today. She's on vacation. So
Good for her. Calm before the storm.
Right.
That's wonderful. She certainly brings her deep level of dedication and a depth of background and history to this job. So we're looking forward to having her officially in this position. So let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right. And I know Leanne has just the staunch support of our ag community, which I think is so important in this role. So welcome, Leanne. And with that, I'd like to move item number 32.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. So thank you so much, Joey, and congratulations to Leanne. Appreciate it. Let's go on to item number 33. And then before we hear item 34, I'd like to go back at that point to the consent items and hear 9 and 18. I think that's appropriate before we go to item 34, and just appreciate this kind of flexibility with our schedule, especially given that we had DOT was here for their workshop at 9 a.m. So, all right. Item number 33, Kim.
Item number 33 comes from Planning and Building Department, Code Enforcement Division, recommending the board receive a presentation on amnesty programs in use by other jurisdictions and provide feedback and direction on whether to establish an amnesty program in Eldorado County.
Good morning. Glad to have you with us today.
Good morning. Good to be here. Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building. I have Linda Jorgensen here, our Code Enforcement Supervisor, and also Roger Runkle, who works very closely with us on code enforcement issues through County Council. You'll recall that on October 11th, staff briefed your board on a number of issues and challenges facing the Code Enforcement Division. A critical element of those discussions was whether the county should consider an amnesty program to address certain challenging types of code cases that we come across. Your board directed staff to investigate other jurisdictions and report back any findings and recommendations thereof. So obviously that's what we're looking at today. I just wanted to summarize that the challenging code case types that I was just referring to are specifically looking at those cases where a previous owner completed unpermitted work on the property and it was not disclosed during the ESCO process. In this scenario, a reporting party is filed a complaint with code enforcement regarding unpermitted work. And after inspection occurs, it's determined that there's some type of violation. So these cases are from folks who, a previous owner did work and is now caught in the middle of that situation where they have unpermitted work that they need to deal with from a previous owner. So again, just kind of, I want to start to narrow down, excuse me, and you'll see as we go through this presentation, we'll narrowly tailor this down. So just a little bit of analysis. We found 5 jurisdictions in the state of California that are doing some type of amnesty program. Those were the cities of Alameda and Solvang, and then 3 counties, San Mateo, Humboldt, and Mendocino. Each of the 5 had a voluntary component to their program, but only 2 of them allowed an involuntary participation in their amnesty programs. So what does that mean? A voluntary program is one where a property owner voluntarily comes forward to disclose unpermitted work and is therefore eligible for that program. An involuntary program allows for those who did not voluntarily come forward to also participate in that program. So this would be those property owners who already have had some contact with the local jurisdiction and would have an open code case as a result. That would be the involuntary part of it. This is important because our building division does have what we refer to as a penalty-free policy if property owners voluntarily come forward and obtain a permit for unpermitted work. All usual fees would still be required. However, no penalty fees would be required. And penalty fees in this sense refers to investigative fees. So if you're in a code case and you need to come get permits, per our fee schedule, it says you'll pay building permits and you'll also pay investigative fees, which is essentially double the permit fee. So that's waived under the penalty free. If you voluntarily come forward, we will waive investigative fees. And that relates, investigative fees relate to code enforcement. That's an investigative fee for code enforcement. So again, voluntary. That's a voluntary policy that we have in place currently. So that policy matches elements of voluntary programs in the cities of Alameda and Solvang, and also in Humboldt and Mendocino counties. San Mateo County takes this a step further and offers reductions or waivers of other planning, building, and other permit types of fees. Though their program is specific to unpermitted ADUs. So it's not kind of like for like fit what we're trying to accomplish here. Humboldt County's program allows for residential accessory structures, which is a step further than other programs go on the residential side. So instead of just your single family dwelling where someone's living in, these are other types of accessory structures that could be included in the program. So Humboldt took it a step further. And finally, the city of Solvang opened their amnesty program to both residential and commercial property owners, which again is a little bit more expansive than I think the target that we were initially looking at here in our investigation. So just a little bit of analysis there, those 5 jurisdictions. So given the existing penalty-free policy with our building division and recognizing specific types of code cases that your board is looking to target, the specific aim of an amnesty program would be to build out the involuntary side of the program. But first, obviously, we have to consider some key questions, and hopefully we'll answer these as the presentation moves along and answer some of your questions as they come up. But key questions: are fee waivers an acceptable element of an amnesty program? Are staff reviewing and requiring work be brought up to current codes or applying codes that were done in place at time of construction, or is there some combination of the two? How narrow should we tailor the program?
how should unpermitted construction that does not comply with zoning be addressed? And when I say zoning, specifically, the cases we come across would be issues with setbacks. And our staff, including unpermitted construction that poses a safety or health concern, a serious life, health, or safety concern. So a few additional comments to kind of frame this. First, we want to be careful when we're tailoring a program to be specific to certain cases and not create a situation where it's easier just to ask for forgiveness later instead of going through the permitting process up front.
Right.
So that's something we're constantly thinking of as we try to tailor this program. Second, just always a good reminder that, you know, our building services division is by and large a regulatory body for the state of California enforcing the building code. So we have an obligation to address that serious health, life, and safety concerns. And third, we want to be clear we're working with bona fide purchasers or those who have absolutely no previous knowledge whatsoever that unpermitted work has been done by a previous owner. So for the purposes of tailoring this program, we've synthesized some of this information, and we'll give you some initial thoughts of what a sample program might look like to kind of spur this conversation. So we see it as four main concepts here. One, it should be timely. Initially, we may want to consider a pilot program, a strong look back in a year to see what has worked and what has not worked. A second aspect of it would be to assist property owners. We would recommend a pre-site inspection will be done to determine the site conditions, confirm structures on site and the status of any construction on site. And we'd recommend a flat fee for the pre-site inspection that's reasonable. Right now, our minimum fee charged through building services would be $126, just as a frame of reference. We can tease that out, you know, as we go along here. But item three, a team of senior staff would be available by appointment to meet with property owners to discuss every aspect of permitting a structure to ensure consistent information flow. And finally, a fee estimate will be generated based off of that pre-site inspection and the elements needed to bring the structures into compliance. The fee estimate would note any fees that would be waived in this case if we chose to model it off the voluntary side and just do the investigative fees. That would be what's reflected in that estimate that we give to them. So today, as we're looking for guidance on some of the program elements, we of course will return with a fully built out program once we get that guidance in the next couple of months. I'd also like to point out that an amnesty program inherently is looking back in time. And I just want to state again on the record, I know I've mentioned this before, but going forward, currently and going forward, we've committed to doing our part as staff to ensure that property owners have all the information they need to make informed decisions when they're purchasing their properties. So to this end, I know our code enforcement staff have been working very diligently to record our notices to correct as those cloud the title of the home. And I know that sounds nasty, clouding the title of the home, but it's really important because this will show up in title searches when you're in the escrow process. Additionally, on the building services side, recording all of our notices of noncompliance, which also cloud the property's title when an issued permit has now expired without the benefit of being finalized. So those proactive steps are occurring right now in the department. So we can give property owners, real estate agents, all the tools they need to work through a real estate transaction. And of course, our doors are always open. We'd urge property owners and real estate agents, anyone involved in that process, to contact our department as a quick proactive step. We can have a 2, 3, 4 minute conversation and clear up anything we have in our system just to make sure that going forward, we can try to stamp this ongoing issue out. So wanted to give that admonishment and let folks know that we are currently looking forward as well as we design this program out so we can try to cover all our bases and try to help people in the best way we can. So I'll go ahead and pause right there. I think I've covered a lot of ground and you probably have many questions. So.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. And first of all, I'd like to say, we really appreciate you bringing back to this back to us. And I found the staff report just incredibly well done. It was really helpful, appreciated understanding what other jurisdictions are doing, understanding what our options are. And I really appreciate you giving us a potential recommendation on where we go with this. It was really helpful in helping us wrestle with this because it's kind of a complex issue. And so really appreciate all your work today. So let's start with board questions. Supervisor Parlin, start with you first.
Okay, so there's a lot here. And we've all talked about this a lot, and I've actually experienced this. I think many of you know that. So I would just want to kind of get some clarification, I guess. So you're saying that currently, let's say I'm a homeowner and I go and do something at my house that should have been permitted and I didn't. And then later somebody turns me in and I get caught, basically. There's already something in place to remedy or help people through that, correct? Is that what I've heard?
If you are currently, if you were caught and turned in,
Yeah.
you would be now on the involuntary
As
side
opposed
of
to
the program.
voluntary.
So that's
So if-
involuntary.
Correct. So if
Okay.
if you knew that maybe you did know you bought a house that had an unpermitted deck or something, you decide to come in and say, hey, voluntarily come into our department and say, hello, I have an unpermitted structure. At that point in time, currently, what we currently have in place, that's when the investigative fee would be waived. If you're already in a code case, you're now on the involuntary side, and we do not have a remedy for that currently.
Okay, good to know. So there's a nuance difference there. Okay. I'm thinking more along the lines, I think, of what you were talking about originally is you buy, it's, and this is the one that we've talked about so many times, Supervisor Turnbull, but we've all have some of these where you buy a house, you think you're buying something, and then you find out later, in my case, 16 years later, I was turned in. And I did not know that I bought a house that had some unpermitted parts. So to me, those are the ones I think that we're trying to focus in and help, right, create this amnesty program. So is that considered voluntary, involuntary? What is that called?
That would be on the involuntary side. Yes,
Okay.
because if someone has turned you in and we have now an open code case,
Right.
that means you did not voluntarily come forward and disclose unpermitted work.
So then what if you buy a house and it has some unpermitted parts to it and you find out yourself? And then you come in, that's then voluntary, right?
Correct.
So I'm not sure if we want to differentiate between the involuntary and voluntary so much. In my mind, it's if you bought something and you thought it was a permitted structure, house, whatever. So I'm thinking that's kind of where we were focusing when we talked about this. So, okay. So that's my thinking is the people that buy something and they didn't buy what they thought they bought. Those are the folks that we want to assist. And I think if you're right, Supervisor Thomas, there was a lot of, the examples and the programs. Thank you for that. I think the Humboldt one was kind of a good match for us, perhaps, to where we're trying to go, maybe with some tweaks. Okay, so I got those parts straightened out because I didn't have that straightened out in my brain, honestly, from the staff report. I'm sorry.
No,
I got it better now.
Karen and I discussed this pretty extensively too, the voluntary versus involuntary. I assumed I'd be kind of cleaning that up a little bit here. It's hard to explain without multiple examples. So.
Right. Okay. Very good. Well, thank you for that. So then my biggest concern though is when we talk about, well, actually there's a lot of concerns. So legally, can we say that we're going to go back to the codes that were in place in time back then? Because with the new building codes and laws, and can we do that? With Heldorf Fire, we've been asking this all the time.
So when it comes to, and I'll answer a little bit of this question and probably turn over to Linda as well.
Oh,
but-
Roger looks ready to pop up,
Yeah.
by the way.
He's ready to go.
Sorry
We
about
have-
that.
We have two eager microphones here. And so, yeah, I'll start off by saying on the structural side, yes, we may go back in time to consider structural elements as part of the contemporaneous code if it was done in 85 or 80 or whenever it may be.
Okay.
What's an
But-
example of that, Chris? Like,
So, I mean, your foundation, your structure of your walls,
Okay.
not including electrical, mechanical, solar, any of the newer elements.
there you go.
Yeah, so-
There you go.
Yeah, sorry, Roger, I didn't mean to jump in and.
Roger Runkle, Deputy County Counsel. I've taught Chris well. That's the right answer.
Yay,
Very good.
Very good. So in my mind, I'm thinking that we would want, I'm guessing just from prior conversations, but I could be wrong, that the board's probably going to want to go back in time as much as possible to help folks out, but there's things that we just can't. And those are the ones that actually I think are the heavier lift for folks.
Sprinkling the solar, all of those
It's gonna
kinds
be a
of things
challenge.
potentially.
Yeah.
So I will say, and again, Linda might be able to speak to this as well, but When it comes to sprinklering and solaring, that's going to be a certain threshold of work that has to be done before you're going to be triggered to actually get solar put on your roof, for example. I don't know if you
Sprinklers too.
yeah, and sprinklers as well. So it depends, because every situation is going to be
Right.
different. It depends on what improvement was done that was
Right.
unpermitted. So, but there are a lot of
Oh.
cases where it's not going to trigger the need for solar or sprinklers. I can't illuminate that at this point in time. We'd have to pick a case and talk about it, but
Okay.
Okay.
So it'll just depend on what it is.
Exactly.
What they'll need or not. So, okay.
And the thinking with mechanical and electrical, I mean, electrical obviously presents for us a significant life, health, safety issue if
Sure.
it's not to code. That one that's kind of a hard and fast for us from a building perspective. But the philosophy behind structural is, I mean, unless you're raising the entire house, you can't really do much about a structural improvement unless you're tearing the house down and starting over. But you can improve electrical and some of the mechanical and some of the other elements on there.
Okay.
So that's why structural, we can consider under, code that was available at the time. But some of the other stuff that's easier to get to without having to raise the entire structure, that's why we consider it under current code.
Okay. And then I'll just do one last one, and then, there's going to be more, obviously, but, so I'm looking at your 1, 2, 3, 4 on the,
Sure.
I like numbers 2, 3, and 4. Those are great ideas to help folks get the, pre-site inspection and make it reasonable and all that, to help them know what they're up against. But number 1 is where I'm having the hardest time figuring out the time frame. So when we say a pilot program, is that just so we can try it out and tweak it to know what to do in the future? Because like in my case, it was 16 years later when I got turned in. So, having this 1-year window, I wouldn't have known, and I wouldn't have been able to take advantage of this program. So is that what the pilot means, is to try it out and see how it goes? And then, because I don't see how you could, if we truly want to have amnesty for people that buy homes, that's going to go on almost forever, unfortunately.
We'll leave that at discretion of your board. I mean, I think a 1-year pilot program obviously sends us on a path that we know that in 1 year, we're coming back to your board and saying yes or no, or we continue this program.
Okay.
Conversely, of course, you have the ability to say, you need to report out, staff needs to report out every 6 months, every year, every 18 months, whatever it may be. And it could have the same effect where we're seeing challenges and we come back to your board to kind of tweak the program as necessary. So
Okay.
I think it's at the discretion of your board on how
Like
you
a
wanna
1-year
look
pilot
at it.
and then check in to see how it's going. And then, and it did trigger another question. I'm sorry, you guys. I
Sure.
did think of another thing though. Are you anticipating getting more staff to do this? Do you see anything like that happening, or do people know until they get turned in, or how does that go usually?
I mean, since again, I mean, from your initial comments, if we're kind of going to blend voluntary and involuntary into just one program per se,
Uh-huh.
it's not necessarily going to, the extra step would be the additional pre-site inspection, which could be done, in an hour or two. It's not a significant lift, and then we know, and we can just have our normal correspondence as we do. Because as it stands right now, we have many, many instances on every single case where staff is continuously communicating on code cases.
True.
So the systems wise, it won't make too much of a difference for this particular type of program.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sure you guys have a bazillion more questions, and so thank you for letting
Good
me
questions. Thank you
start
for
that.
getting us started.
Okay.
Supervisor Turnbooth.
Yeah, because this has been an ongoing thing, especially in my district, because there's a lot of these homes. I mean, you date back to 1970, 71 and stuff, they were built, then they're the 5th owner. And now they have to get it up to current standards. That's, to me, is not right. It should go back wherever the permit was in 1971 or whatever requirements then, not to current standards, because to me, it's just, it just more costly. And a lot of them that I found out, a lot of these people are already paying the taxes on that property for the expansion of the building that they've done. But the problem is somebody dropped the ball along the way and didn't go out there and inspect it for the final inspection. And it's been, and I'm not saying the current administration or current staff now, but we've had a problem in the past. And there's been reports of documentation that was supposed to be in from Microsoft, and put on CDs or whatever, and then eventually it didn't happen. It got lost. So, and there was a fire that was in one of the facilities, and we lost a lot of records and stuff. So I think when you're talking about this particular one owner that I have, he's the fifth owner of this house, and now he has to pay all the permit costs to this date, which is not right for him, especially when that was not even disclosed to him. And we've been getting a lot of them. I've had, and Chris, thank you for taking care of the one person we had. They were trying to sell their house, and this addition that was added on to it, and they didn't have any idea of it, but it was still, they were paying taxes on it like it was already done, and it went through. So thanks for taking care of that. So there's been numerous instances of these people that are buying homes, fifth, sixth owner, and I don't think that they should have to go to the, put the solar and sprinkler systems in these homes, especially when they should be going back to the 71 or whenever that house was built standards, not for current standards. So I think there's something we got to, and the amnesty thing, I think is going to be a good thing if we could waive a lot of that stuff to help these homeowners, because also Placer County has one too. I didn't know if you knew that or not, but anyway, they have one too. So we need to do whatever we can to help these people, because it's just not right. Lori and I have had a lot of them, especially in our two districts. And I want to make sure that these people are getting taken care of the right way, instead of having to have all these fines and fees, because that one particular with the fines and everything was over $20,000 just in fines. And he didn't even, and he bought this, he was a fifth owner, and that's not fair to him. So, especially when stuff was done back in 1971 or 72.
Sure. Trying to think, there's a number of things. I do want to mention, I had a conversation with our assessor, John DeVille, and I think he sent a.
Right, yeah, and I have it right here in
I
front
want
of
to
me.
understand that better.
Yeah.
Because he sent in a comment.
Yeah, and just to, she wrote a great letter that covers it really well, but I think to your point, Supervisor, there are definitely instances where there are unpermitted structures that are being assessed that we're not aware of, but they're paying taxes on. Now, the flip side of that is, as our assessor noted, is, there may be some individuals that find themselves in a situation where the assessor didn't know about these improvements, and now they're in the program, and they could be potentially on the hook for escape assessments as far back as 4 years if they weren't being assessed on that. So it is just something to think about. I had that conversation with our assessor, and he outlined it very well in that letter. So just
can I
something for your
follow up on
consideration.
that
Sure.
just really quick? I didn't understand. So he can only go back 4 years if there's an escape
That was
one on
my
that?
clarifying question too.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to pretend I'm an expert on the the
Okay.
code when it relates to assessments, but per his letter, he said, yes, you can go back 4 years on collection of those assessments. They call them escape assessments.
Is Roger gonna jump up on that, or no? You're good.
That's it.
Looked like, Roger, you're gonna jump up and clarify for us.
Roger Runkle, Deputy County Counsel. Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay.
The escape assessment would allow the assessor to go back 4 years and impose that assessment, which is another component that you actually need to consider, because anyone coming forward in this program, as Chris said, may find themselves subject to a new assessment on their property, whether they can qualify for the program or not. And that's something that I don't know that we have any control over. So
Yeah, that's a
I
good
could come
point.
forward with an amnesty program and find my property reassessed 4 years earlier and owe taxes on it.
And it's a weird place to be, because you stop and think about it in a weird way. You've had the benefit of having this for however long, quite honestly. And then in my case particularly, I got assessed for what they said I had. And then when it came time, when I got it permitted, there was going to be a supplemental until I said, I've been paying taxes on it. So I actually was paying for something that wasn't permitted, but I had the benefit of it. So I couldn't really, I mean, it's a really tricky place to be. So
It-
it
it
is kind
is.
of comforting to know they can only go back 4
Yes.
years though.
Yes,
I think that helps a wee bit.
I was relieved to see that actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and thank you for that clarification, because as long as they can't go back 2 or 3 decades,
Right.
which, you know, Supervisor Turnbull, to your
Yeah.
point, 4 years seems kind of not as bad as it could have been, right?
Yeah, and
Right.
to your point, if it was happened 30 years ago, they weren't paying taxes on the 26 years of that.
Yeah, so it's okay. Thank you for that.
Good conversation. And Supervisor Turnbull, I feel your pain because I have issues like that in, you know, my district too. And I wish we could go back because I mean, that makes sense. You know, if the house is a certain era, it makes sense to go back to that. But I guess my question following Supervisor Turnbull's concerns is what discretion do we have on that? And it sounds like.
Yeah, if I
in
could jump
terms
in, because I do think that, I think that was the main point that the
Right.
assessor was trying to raise with his letter. And I don't want to speak for him if he's on the line and available to comment, but I do believe the primary purpose of his letter was to let you know that he has a certain role that he plays pursuant to his statutory responsibilities. So there's only so much that the board can do to address this, largely within the scope of the fines and fees and penalties that are associated with the code case. But to the extent it starts to intrude into the statutory responsibilities of the assessor, that would really be beyond the board's purview in trying to craft an amnesty program.
Perfect. Yeah, that's helpful. So thank you for that. And then also, what is the board's discretion in terms of the codes? You said that it's structural, that we can go back and apply the codes at the time of, for structural elements, but not for health and safety elements, including electrical and other current building standards, if that project meets a certain threshold.
Correct.
Okay. So,
Yeah, and well, yes, I think what we can do when we come back with the outlines of the program, we could be kind of, I wouldn't say itemize it because the code is extremely long, but at least give you some additional parameters of what that might look like and what specifically would qualify for the look back in the code contemporary to the time that the improvement was made.
so I think so far we're hearing that the board has a desire to apply the codes
Correct.
at the time of
time
of-
building
Here comes
as
John.
much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull, is that correct? That our-
As much as
as much as
possible.
possible, we want to apply the codes at the time of construction as much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, well, actually, Assessor DeVille, thank you for being with us. Do you have any comments on this discussion item? Appreciate your letter this morning.
Yeah, so good morning, Chair, honorable members of the board, John DeVille, your El Dorado County Assessor. Yeah, the purpose of the letter was just to kind of inform the board and the public that we are assessing unpermitted structures right now on the roll, and that per the law, upon discovery, we have to enroll those values. And one of the unintended consequences of this amnesty program may be that these unpermitted construction, these structures, once we discover them, you know, if there's a list that's made public for you to approve or something like that, I have a duty to assess those unpermitted structures. And that will be subject to new assessments and subsequent tax bills. And we can go back 4 years. I think it's Revenue and Taxation Code 532. So we would go back the current year plus 3. So if it was discovered in 2023, right now, we go back 2022, 2021, and 2020. Let's say the new construction was completed in 2020, we do a supplemental in 2020, and then we would do the trended base year values in 2021 and 2022, and it would get enrolled in 2023 for the total value. So that's how it would work.
I have some questions for Mr. DeVille, our assessor. With respect to when you discover that there's a property that's unpermitted and you start engaging them in the tax roll, is the property owner made aware of that they have a structure that's unpermitted, that's unapproved to trigger the voluntary coming forward at that point? Are they given good communication and definition of what the additional tax defines?
Good question.
Yeah, there's a listing of the new value.
Okay.
And
But just
we make them aware of that.
so the new value then is tied to some kind of a description of what it is, right? Does it say unpermitted structure being assessed? And because that's the kind of thing that would trigger, I think, people to say, I have a choice here. I can go voluntarily to get this fixed, or I can sit and see what the next round prevails, right? What comes forward after this, which gets you in the involuntary. But I would want to make sure we're doing everything we can to let the individual know that when they enter that tax roll mode, that they have an unpermitted situation that they need to understand and figure out how they want to address it. So I'm hoping that would happen.
Yeah, if there's any changes to the structures that we're adding to their property record, then they're notified.
Okay,
Yes.
excellent. Then the second thing is when you have added them to the tax roll, it doesn't trigger information flowing to code enforcement or anybody else that there's an unpermitted structure out there. It's done independently. And can you explain to me why we're siloed in that respect? I would think we'd want to recognize those things and try to get correction as soon as possible.
We're concerned with the values of property. We're not concerned with
Understand.
whether a property is permitted or unpermitted. So there's no precedent set, there's no process, there's no policy that we have in the assessor's office where we communicate information to planning regarding the unpermitted structures we identify and we discover.
Would you consider a policy? Because it seems to me that might be the next step. Because I think that would, again, allow people to understand that if they're being taxed for things, that they have an option to come forward with a voluntary program that right now waives a lot of the fees. And that would be the right thing to do if you really want to correct the issue as opposed to ignore it.
I think that'd be something that would need to be driven by planning. That would be something that
Okay,
is kind of outside of my role as the assessor.
okay.
Is communicating information on unpermitted structures. We're focused on getting the roll closed, making sure the appeals go well, and making sure we're getting the values on the roll, not necessarily dealing with problems about
The enforcement. part,
whether
gotcha.
they're the enforcement of unpermitted structures.
All right, very good. And I guess it would go the other way. If code enforcement gets a report and they find out there's an unpermitted structure, they're not communicating that to you either, right? So the people who would be normally entering the tax roll at that point, if they had informed you, are not entering the tax roll. Is that the way it works?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of communication that we may get from planning. I don't know the exact
Okay,
precise ways in which we may get that information. Maybe Chris could comment on that.
okay. Because it seems like it should flow both ways to me. I mean, it's just, but go ahead. Yeah, if Linda wants to comment, yeah.
Yes, Linda Jorgensen, Code Enforcement Supervisor. What happens is for compliance, they either need to permit the work or remove the work.
Mhm.
If they remove the work, then the tax assessment is no longer needed, correct?
Mhm.
When they permit the work, a floor plan of the work or improvements is submitted to the assessor's office. So they have record of the permit at that time.
At the
I
time it's
believe
permitted.
also, yes, that reports are generated through our permitting system Track It that assessors has access to for new permits.
Oh, thank
But if
you.
it's not permitted and they choose not to permit it, does the tax assessor know that we have property we've recognized because of a complaint that is not permitted? And does that then enter into the tax roll? Is there communication to the assessor's office that we've discovered by a complaint that there is an unpermitted structure and it should be taxed, right? Consistent with the taxation code. But if they're not aware of it, it doesn't get taxed.
Up
So-
to this point, we have not had a program or a system for that
Okay,
in place. This
'cause
is the first that
All
it's.
right. I would hope we
come
would
up.
consider that in the future. I'll leave it at that. And I did have several other comments, but I think that's all I had for John, unless somebody else has a question.
I wanted to clarify also.
Yes.
There's permits we get that aren't complete.
Right.
So there may be a permit and we do the construction in progress value. And then if nothing ever gets done, like the next year, nothing's gotten done, it hasn't got filed, we just keep that same value on the roll. Now, there could be progress leading up to a final permit, but sometimes they just stop
Right.
stop working on a project or a new construction.
Understand. Thank you for the clarification on that.
Thank you for being with us. John, if you mind just maybe hanging out for just
Yeah,
a minute, see if we have
will
any
do.
other questions and then.
I've got one and two. Okay, so John, here's the thing. So let's say this new owner buys this home. An unpermitted structure that's on this particular property, is it disclosed to the new property owner that there is an unpermitted structure that's on your property, but you're paying taxes on it?
That's not the responsibility of the assessor. That's
Okay, I'm just asking,
real
especially when
estate agent.
Yeah. Is there any
obligated
way
to
that we
disclose
can,
those.
the county, because there's a conflict there. And that needs to be disclosed somehow or another, especially when these new owners buy these particular places, there's unpermitted structure on it. And then they found out later that they need to pay these fees or these fines. It's going to, when they were turned in, and they're not even the ones that did it. So I think there's got to be some kind of clarification there to prevent this from happening, especially when a new homeowner buys this place, and it needs to be disclosed to them. And it hasn't been for a long time, obviously, especially when one particular owner, like I was talking about, he's a fifth owner of the house. And then they come up, then none of this stuff was permitted. So he's, now he has to pay all these fines and all these fees. I don't think it's fair to him.
I think what we can do in the assessor's office is provide some information about when potential buyers of property, they need to be aware of certain things in regards to a real estate transaction. I know there's other assessors in California that provide that type of information, and we can push that out to taxpayers and property owners. And I think that that's something that I'm going to be doing here in the future. But as far as disclosing that, that's not something that any of my colleagues throughout the state do. And I don't think that's within our role as the assessor.
Yeah, so is it responsibility of the realtors, especially if they're the ones that sell the property? They should be held responsible for it then, and especially when that's not disclosed.
I can't comment on that with any type of certainty. You'd have to lean on county council or planning on that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you.
I think
So-
Roger wanted to comment on what I said.
Okay,
Last question.
go ahead.
Thank you,
Roger.
Roger.
Again, Roger Runkle, Deputy County Counsel. That question. So as I think most of us know who have entered into a residential real estate transaction, there is a real estate disclosure statement required, and the seller is required to fill that out. Something like an unpermitted structure would be the singular reason that real estate transaction disclosure statement exists. There are other reasons, of course, but that's the number one reason that sort of a disclosure exists. And Supervisor Turnbull, you and I have had discussions about this. In a situation where the buyer is the next generation buyer, and I always refer to them as the bona fide purchaser, somebody who did not, Supervisor Parlin, maybe you, did not have any reason to understand that what they were purchasing had a defect of any kind, including unpermitted structure. They certainly have remedies in that first generation against the seller of the property who failed to disclose, though under legal obligation to do so, that a permit was required or that there was some other defect in the property. In private practice, I've been involved in those lawsuits, whereas the buyer, we have sued the seller for failing to disclose some defect in the property. The real estate agent obviously has an obligation to investigate those kind of things as well, including what the present assessment on the property might be. It gets more complicated. And again, you and I have had this discussion when we're talking about a property that's generations old and maybe 3 and 4 transactions down the line, because there may not be a remedy, a civil remedy available to that new purchaser. But in a first generation transaction, certainly there is a remedy for that to the seller of the property who is under obligation to disclose that. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and one of the things that I wanted to ask too is, especially if this person is a fifth buyer and the two previous owners, the first 1 and 2, are passed away. So who do you go back on? Do you go back on 3 and 4? I mean, especially they probably had no idea there was anything either. So it's a very complex situation.
And that's the
puts it in.
situation that I know that you're concerned about, and that's the situation that gets more complicated, because as I said, there really isn't an adequate civil remedy for that. And that's kind of what we're contemplating here. How do we help those persons? There may be a limitation on what you can do to help them, but in that role, that bona fide purchaser certainly deserves some consideration.
To the best of our ability. Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Roger.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Roger. Appreciate
So
it.
Supervisor Heidel, why don't you finish your questions?
So in the bigger picture, when we look at all of the complexity of the kind of code enforcement cases we have and stuff, it seems to me that we ought to be able to try to categorize things. For instance, one of my neighbors brought it to my attention that in 1982, an owner of a property took out a permit to build a deck, but they never had it finalized. So now the current owner, 40 years and 3 owners later, is being asked to pay all the fees and fines and stuff to clarify that situation that an owner a long time ago didn't have finalized a permit. Now, you can't go back and ask because I know the owner back then, they're deceased. You're not going to go back and get reparations out of an owner 40 years ago. It's not realistic. But that's one category that I think the amnesty program should be very lucrative in terms of giving, the current owner the benefit of the doubt that it wasn't their fault that these things happened, particularly if they're minor corrections. Now, if it was something major like electrical and stuff, so there's different categories of all these. But it would be nice if we could determine the kinds of quantities, a breakout in our code enforcement, or what fits into those categories. Was permitted, never finalized, right? Was never permitted, but has had subsequent changes even beyond what, 2 or 3, 4, whatever categories that seem to make sense. So we can kind of look at it in layers of an amnesty program, because I think that's the biggest fairness thing we can do. Because to just say everybody's going to fit, one size is going to fit all with an amnesty program, I just don't see being very equitable when it's all said and done. So that's a significant part of it. The other thing I think is if we look at the example, for instance, Humboldt County, and I thought also that was pretty well structured. It's for voluntary, as I read it, only. So we already have a voluntary condition for what you want to call amnesty, even though it's not identified, I don't think as amnesty. We do have a situation where people have a voluntary coming forward and saying, hey, I need to get this permit, work with me and stuff. We have that portion of it pretty much already done. The one thing that seems to be unique about Humboldt is it's residential accessory structures and not just the primary residence. I mean, and I think when you talk about additions, that's an addition typically that's integral to the existing structure, et cetera. So I'm putting that into just a major unpermitted square footage expansion, whatever you want to call it. But that's, I think, an important part to consider in the amnesty thing. Do we consider residential accessory structures? And my answer would be yes, given some kind of reasonable timeline associated with it. But the timing of these, I think, kind of sets the tone of what you want to do. But the other side of all of this, and I'm very much in favor of trying to find a fair and equitable amnesty program that works for these involuntary, is that every time we acknowledge that we're going to waive fees, it creates staff's time in terms of billing that's going to come out of general fund. The way I see it, it's going to have to be a general funded augmented program. So now we're taking general property tax revenues primarily from residents who had nothing to do with any of this, and we're subsidizing people to get permitted. And I think there's some level that makes sense, but I don't think to be able to say we're going to have a widespread amnesty and just waive all the fees, which nobody's proposing that would be reasonable at all. So current existing fees, I think, are fine, but to basically the inspection fees and the penalties and those kinds of things, that's what I'm looking at removing in this amnesty program. Don't hammer people, but be reasonable about, they're going to have to pay for the current permitting fees, whatever those may be. So that was my kind of thoughts on the bigger picture piece of this and how we might be able to better understand the data we have on how many categories we can put things into and what the reasonable interpretation is for amnesty at each of those levels.
So let me clarify.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. So are you saying if we categorize the different types of projects that we're seeing, that you have a different program for each one? So different options?
Maybe
perhaps?
it depends. We may end up blending them back together, but the clearest one to me is the one where somebody pulled a permit 40 years ago and never got it finalized because they just didn't take the time to final it. And then somebody inherits that responsibility to pay the back penalties and fees and everything because it was involuntary. They didn't even know it, is my understanding of it. So.
Or
So
there,
anyway,
and there might be some options as far as simple projects like decks or things like that, as opposed to a garage that was converted to a second
I think
bedroom.
the
I don't
degree of
know.
structural integrity required, I mean, anything that is generally an addition that doesn't have shear walls in it, for instance, that's a problem because it doesn't make earthquake code, right? So you're going to have somebody come in there, take the siding off, take the walls off, put in shear walls if you're going to try to maintain the residence. All those kinds of things have to be done as a retrofit. But that's from the public safety perspective, as opposed to, yeah, a deck needs to be inspected to make sure it's adequately designed for the support structures, but it doesn't have the sensitivity of a house collapsing in an earthquake, right? So it's the severity, the risk factor, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to, that would determine how some of these might be broken out.
So would that be helpful or not from a staff's perspective?
Sure. So I completely understand. That's why how I said moving forward, the notices of noncompliance are really important to be recorded on the title of the home,
absolutely.
because that specific case type that you're mentioning, that would go away in the future, because in a simple title search during escrow, that would be discovered. In the absence of that, which is one of the last thing I said was, we strongly encourage everyone to contact the department regardless, and just in case something got missed, because we can look into our system and say, hey, maybe this didn't get recorded. Maybe the NNC never got recorded, but we can see in our system that a permit was pulled in 1985 and was never finalized. So if that work was completed, we know just by looking that it's unpermitted work. And we could very quickly ascertain that in a couple of minutes on a phone call with someone, if that phone call actually comes into us. I mean, that's the big if. So again, that's kind of looking forward, how we solve that issue. It's easy to go into track it and see which of our cases have that element to them.
Okay.
As you know, because we can see that at some point, at least a permit was issued. And that's easy enough to search in that way. For some of the other work, the Supervisor Turnbull was referring to, it's much more difficult because we probably don't have anything in the system. No permit there was no application submitted, there was nothing issued. And that raises a different type of challenge, because if it's not currently on the assessment rolls and we have no way to call the assessor and ask, when was this done? We have to go in and try to figure out when that was done, when that work was done, so we can apply the appropriate code to that period of time. I mean, it's probably going to be a period of time because we don't know exactly when that was done. So which 3-year cycle of the building code are we applying to this improvement? So yeah, I think we can absolutely kind of categorize some of these cases. I think we have two main category types. I think it's the permit expired issue type.
That's the highest level, yes.
And then the other one is there is no record of permits and work has been done owners ago. And what do we do about those ones? Those are the other type of cases.
And if we can quantify and we get a sense of what are we dealing with in the big picture, right? If you got 50 cases in one category and 500 in another, wow, okay, that's an order of magnitude difference in terms of the complexity, and that would drive, I think, some of the decisions relative to the amnesty program.
Sure.
Okay, good discussion.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go into Supervisor Lane first, then we'll circle back around because she hasn't had a chance to talk yet. Supervisor Lane.
It's been an hour and my
Sorry.
watch is telling me to stand.
Stand, everybody stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one question and a couple of observations, and the question is, do these permits have an expiration date?
Yeah, all of them do. They're 2-year permits. It's 2-year permits.
So it seems to me that going forward, so not different from the amnesty program, but going forward, we should maybe consider whether we can be a little bit more proactive and pull the list that shows this work was supposed to be done, it was supposed to be recorded, it's not, and send letters, begin the discussion, and then maybe bring them into the amnesty program if need be. My observations are that I think that there's a systemic situation that I'm seeing here at the county, and that is that different departments aren't always talking to other departments. The assessor just pointed out that, sometimes he knows information, but it's not necessarily being reported. Sometimes code enforcement knows information and they are reporting it to the assessor's office, but it doesn't seem like it's a fluid, consistent channel of information back and forth. And we've seen that with the report that came out on vacation home rentals that we're postponing till May 2nd. We see that the tax collector is accepting TOT payments. And when we go and look at it, they're not even permitted vacation home rentals. So again, the information isn't flowing between departments. So I think that's something that we should look at. And the other thing is I am concerned about code enforcement's ability to add more with less people or same. Because in the VHR report, it said that there's 80 ongoing vacation home rental cases that are being looked at. At times, we've heard that the backload for code enforcement is 800, and that's broad. That's not just VHR. That's all across your department. And I know your department is relatively new. I want to say like 3 or 4 years that it's 6.
It's been around a long time.
But it has been like fun, 1 person, 2 people. We're just starting to staff it up, correct?
Yeah. it
Maybe
used to be-
that's the period of time I'm referring to.
Yeah.
But I think I'm concerned that you're being realistic, that you can take on more with the same amount of people, because I feel like there's other areas of code enforcement that we'll talk about later that you could use more people.
So to clarify, the code enforcement used to be a part of the building services division, and about 3.5, 4 years ago became its own division within planning and building.
Okay.
And that's when we started ramping up the amount of staff. When VHRs came along, we had a dedicated VHR officer. It was Linda. It's Danielle. It's Linda. They share responsibility. Yes, there's always a challenge of certain types of cases and workloads. Certain cases take a lot more bandwidth than others. Not all cases are the same. Some cases are very simple. We get quick compliance, case closed. Other cases, there are weekly touch points, meetings. It just depends. So it's kind of sometimes hard to quantify how much an average case takes because every case is a little bit different in its nuances. There are, potentially other elements on the horizon that would cause me some, I wouldn't say consternation, but it would cause me to potentially have a conversation with your board about, additional enforcement officers to make sure we're effectively covering our workload. I'll let Linda speak to this too, because she does day-to-day management of the code enforcement officers, and she can better tell you than I kind of what that daily workload looks like. So.
Yes, thank you, Linda Jorgensen, Code Enforcement Officer or Supervisor. So one of the things that code enforcement has been known as is the Swiss Army knife of compliance. A lot of our day-to-day activity are phone calls, emails, and visits from the community about, I was referred to you and told that you could help me with this, and we don't have jurisdiction. Often we're a clearinghouse for certain departments and agencies. So we have formed relationships with a lot of them, like HCD. We received a call for a roof that's collapsing in a mobile home and a campground. And so we're working with HCD to see what we can help. Primarily the day-to-day aspects of what we do are working with the property owners. So the aspect of having a pre-inspection for assistance really wouldn't add that much more to our workload. We've already verified the violations with a site visit and with photos. What we're offering for the customer, for the property owner, is to go out and do an evaluation and work with the senior staff to see if the owner would like to go ahead and permit the structure or the work, or if it's even viable. If they build a shed in the setback, well, it's not going to be worth it to them to try to obtain a permit if they need a variance, if a variance could even be given, or a boundary line adjustment, if a boundary line adjustment is even possible. Now, as far as a lot of the projects that you have concern with, such as solar being required or sprinklers being required, typically that's for a new dwelling unit. The majority of our cases are not for new dwelling units. They're for temporary trailers. They're for accessory structures. They're for doing small additions, decks, that type of thing.
Okay.
So hopefully that clarifies some of the information that you're looking for.
Yeah, it still concerns me that we're asking a lot of code enforcement. You've got a caseload that is in arrears. And, I don't know how your department is set up, if specific people only handle specific types of code enforcement. You just mentioned, Mr. Perry, that Ms. Jorgensen is the VHR person, or was, and that she now shares those duties with Ms. Soto, who's up in Tahoe, who just started like 4 months ago. So I want to make sure that you have the tools to do what we would like you to do. And I don't want to just pile on more stuff, because as we do that, the other things that are important to all of us get dropped. So to the degree that we can help you be successful, that would be a goal.
I appreciate that
come on
very
forward.
much, Supervisor Lane. Thank you. And if I may, just to let you know that as far as Danielle goes, she is learning the VHR aspect of our jurisdiction. She has a lot of experience. Not only do she and I do the compliance for VHR, the other officers are learning also. So the officers are based on zip codes. As we're getting more and more vacation home rental cases throughout the West Slope, the other staff are learning the VHR aspect of that also. I don't think we've ever been caught up, but we have reduced the number of open code cases with our staff, not quite half, but in the last few years, from about 1,200 and something to about 800 and something. But we're often closing more cases than we're opening each month.
And I just want to make one other point, that this is a vacation home rental discussion, but those are urgent matters. They're not, they can't be solved a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later, a year later. They're violations that occur right away that need eyes on right away. Citations issued if that's what needs to be done or whatever, and then you move on. We shouldn't have a lot of open vacation home rental cases unless they're like permits. And I don't want to sidetrack from this conversation, but again, it all is going to fall on you, and I want you to have the tools you need to be successful.
Important discussion on capacity. Yes,
Can
absolutely.
I
So-
just really quick follow up on that? Because I was looking forward to the VHR conversation today. Actually, I know we couldn't do it. We had to wait for the folks, up stuck in the snow, but I was looking forward to that conversation because I do have some thoughts on where our code enforcement needs to go as a whole. Because we not only have VHRs, we also have our ranch marketing.
Right.
And it's a different beast at a different time of day and different days of the week that I think.
But it has the same sense of urgency.
That's what I'm talking about. I think we're going to need to
Right.
go there eventually.
Right.
So we'll be having that conversation soonish, maybe.
Soonish,
Do we have
yes.
to wait till May 2nd? See interim?
Yes,
It would make
because
sense.
Mr.
We have to
Perry,
wait till
who's
then?
the staff that leads that discussion, he's not available in April. So that's why we chose May
Okay.
2nd.
Perfect.
So, well, it might still be snowing then too, but just,
Oh, it will
yeah, I think we all have concerns about the things that happen on evenings and weekends.
Yes.
And that needs to be targeted and taken care of. So we're on
Very
board with
good.
that.
Very good. Good discussion. Karen, thank you for being with us.
Sure. Thank you. Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. Thank you very much for your concerns about staffing. And I think as we get this valuable feedback from the board, as we put together the program, as we put together the numbers, as you were suggesting, that will help us to really think about what kind of staffing do we need and at what level. Because it may be another code enforcement officer, it may be clerical staff to help with the paperwork side. So defining the program, I think at the same time we're defining that and coming back to you later, we can give some thought to what staffing we think we may be. Now, of course, the big unknown is how many people are going to participate when we start the amnesty program. Are we going to have a big rush of people coming to our front door or not? But we can figure that out because also our building inspectors might be able to help if we don't have enough code enforcement officers to do these pre-inspections. They might be able to help with that as as well. So we'll give some thought to that and thank you. And then to answer another question you had early on, or a concern about notifying folks when their permits are going to expire, our building division has recently started that up again.
Right.
And so they are now sending letters. It's either 30 or 60 days out saying, hey, your permit's about to expire. Either come down and let's extend it, or what do you want to do? And thank you to our building staff and thinking about that. They realized a lot of times it's a situation where folks have decided, nah, I'm not going to do this. I took out a permit and I just, for what bids came back too high, I'm not doing this project. So they are putting on the backside of that letter a withdrawal form. So when people get that letter saying, hey, your permit is about to expire, if you're going to withdraw, please fill this out and return it to us. And then we know that we can take it off the books. So thank you for that.
Excellent.
That seems like an excellent addition to our process.
Yep.
Yeah, excellent. Wonderful. Thank you, Karen. And Linda, I just have to say, you do a fantastic job with the amount of workload you have and your sensitivity to our residents. And 'cause these are complex, often emotional issues that you're dealing with. And you've walked that really fine line. You find that balance of just excellent customer service and helping them be compliant with helping us, make sure that our structures are safe. So just want to acknowledge your efforts. You would do a wonderful job. I wouldn't want to do your job. And you do it really well.
Absolutely.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Supervisor Turnbull, you have one more
Yeah,
comment or
I
question?
got a couple questions. One is, okay, hypothetically, we have unpermitted structures that people are paying taxes on. Okay, so what is the due process? I mean, is it, obviously, all they needed was a final, or somebody dropped the ball on that, because how does it get there? When you pull a permit, you are automatically pay for the taxes on that particular structure? Or is it only after the permit is finalized? And is it legal to collect taxes on people that have, unpermitted structures and stuff right now? Is it legal to do that if it hasn't been permitted?
All right, John. I
Can you
guess-
ask me that question, John?
Thank you, John, again for being with us today.
Yeah, John DeVille, Eldora County Assessor. Yes, it is legal. Like I said before, there's construction and progress. So there may be a permit pulled. They start a barn, let's say, and it's half done. During that year, we may value what's done.
Okay.
And let's say the next year, there's no progress done on that barn. And we just value what basically the previous year value was, plus the incremental increases. And if it just stops and it's half done, there's still value to the property. It may be used in a certain way, but it's not finalized, and they may just let it expire. Or there may be discovery of structures through coincidence when we're going out to a property and looking at, let's say, a additional floor for a playroom or something. And then we see, hey, there's a big barn out there that wasn't on the property record. We discover that, and then we add that onto the value of the property, and it gets taxed. There's different situations where we may add a structure to their property, to a property owner's property record, but we're definitely conducting our assessments and adding that value to the roll under the law.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That
Thank you, John.
clarifies that question.
All right.
And
Thank you, John.
one other question I have, clerk, is I would like to see that, especially with the snow that's impacted in Grizzly Flat, we need to look into waiving that solar requirements for those people out there, especially in the new construction, because you're talking about, they got 6 to 7 feet of snow out there. So that very much exceeds the snow load. So I'd like to see us look into that to see what we can do to help them.
All All right, thank you. All right, I just have,
Is there a response to that?
Is there a response?
Yes, Supervisor Turnbull, Linda Jorgensen. The building services staff, because I've asked questions on behalf of the customers out there. Apparently, there can be a waiver of the solar requirement. It does require an engineer's evaluation that the property limitations prohibit a good photovoltaic system. So there is a way to not have the photovoltaic put on brand new houses.
Yeah, but there is some certain incidents in certain counties and stuff that await those requirements without an engineer, because the engineer went out and did a study and stuff. So it takes in not just individual residents, but all that particular area.
And that
So-
I'm not aware of.
Yeah.
okay, so we can look into that more. That's a
Yeah.
good point. Okay,
Yeah.
great. I just have, my questions have all been answered in this robust discussion. I appreciate everyone's thoughtful comments. My question is, once we get this amnesty program in place, how are we going to let our residents know that this is available to them, to encourage them to come forward and, make sure their properties are permitted?
Well, we have a website, but I would say best way would be working through Carla and the communications team.
Okay, great.
And making sure we blast it out through all the appropriate channels that we've established through our communications team. So
Because I think that will be important part of this. All right, at this point, I think I'd like to take public comment and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Here's the motion. Direct staff to create an amnesty program. Come back in 30 days with a proposal that identifies what type. We've talked about categories today. So we want to know, well, how many categories do we need and what type are they? Now, step one to dealing with this, assess what the issue is or issues, because that's going to identify what categories they'll go into. Your presentation was wonderful. Staff deserves a very good. It was very fluid and I like it. But here's the critical point. What's wrong? You got to identify what's wrong, meaning there could be multiple things that are wrong and we need to know what every one of them is. 2, where is it? Meaning on the property, where is it located? Is there an easement involved? Whatever that entails, then we need to know what that is. Then we can deal with the issue once we know. Next part, is it a health and safety issue? For instance, snow load. What elevation? Certain snow loads, you've heard about roofs collapsing now at different places across the state of California. That's important. So we need to know whether it's a snow load roof issue. Is it an electrical issue? Does it have aluminum wiring? As you know, aluminum was used at one time and it's not good. It needs to be copper or something that is acceptable. Is it a chimney issue? Is it a stovepipe issue? Is it a propane piping issue? Is a wood stove? Is it related to piping of propane from a tank? And then is a bearing wall been removed? A bearing wall then lessens the structural of the roof. Some people just pull the wall out, not even looking to see whether it's bearing or not bearing. We need to know that. Solar, I have a solar battery backup. I have a ground mounted, not a roof mounted. I looked at the issues of putting it on the roof and I decided, no, I'm going to do ground mounting. It's a lot better for me. Escape assessment or new assessment, just figure out how to pay it back. That's important. My next question is an amnesty a civil remedy? That's a legal question. Is it a civil remedy once you decide that there's an amnesty? And was there anything else here? Oh, amnesty is for unpermitted residential structures. Or is it for commercial? I don't know. I didn't hear any discussion. Thank you.
Chris. Appreciate it.
Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. As most know, I'm a retired teacher. So when Supervisor Lane talks about her watch and standing, I think about all the cognitive research that it's really good to move now and then. So in the interest of good governance, I'd encourage our wonderful chair to think about having standing breaks, keep the brain going and all that stuff. Behaviorally, you guys are awesome as a teacher because we do that, you know what I mean, keep kids calm. My mother and I, bless her, departed memory, had a small business, nonprofit, providing low-income housing. We buy distressed properties, upgrade them, and then the kids always joked, "This is no income to you. Why are you doing it?" But you do it because we were capable, and that's how we wanted to give back. So over the years, I can recall properties built in the 30s, no 2x4s, 1x6s, no foundation, bricks, electricity. Oh, what's that? We had gas lighting. And then, so gradually I'm going down in permitting and whatnot. And sometimes the senior permitters would come out and go, "Thanks for inviting me. Just do your best." I still remember when that gentleman retired and I got a new person and he popped open his trunk with every rule book, none of which covered these crazy exceptions. And I knew I was in trouble. And then we had a rural property and the conversation about assessment, it was always taxed, but the structure was grandfathered because to buy it, you bought it as raw land because it was a hunter's cabin and that's how they did this crazy workaround and everybody seemed happy and aware. I'm considering doing an ADU as I relocate my family to Pollock Pines. So it's nice to know that we have a wonderful, sensitive department here. And hopefully there's that flexibility. And this is like my last little story. When I ran into the rule book at the same time, one of our classic Victorian structures, we woke up in the middle of the night, totally legal, watching it go down the street. If you know San Diego, to cross the bay and go to Coronado. And we were going, how in the world did this happen as we're worrying about renovating our old buildings and all that? I know we can't clap, Madam Chair, but in my world, we can say yay to staff quietly. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Good morning, Kim. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Kimberly Beal, Government Affairs Director for the El Dorado County Association of Realtors. I will try to get this done in 3 minutes, but I can't guarantee it. It is in front of you though in print too, some of it, so that'll help you. First was something I didn't address, but I'm going to follow up with from a question of you about whether people are paying property taxes for assessed valuations when there wasn't a permit on the property. Well, realized market value is determined by what physically is on a property. So whether or not something has a permit, if it's 4 bedrooms instead of 3 through a room addition, if there's an ADU on the property or something, that buyer's already going to be paying more for the property without the permit. It's not even applicable there. The real thing about not having a permit on, if the buyer finds out, is they have 2 choices. One, ask the seller to correct the situation. And if the seller says no, they have the option of canceling. Or their final decision, if they want to go through with it, of course, is they take on the obligation. And that's just the way it seems to work these days. I did in October listen to the code enforcement presentation online, and I was concerned about the fact that I was hearing that staff and members of the board were saying that it's the real estate agent's responsibility for all of these disclosures. Well, predominantly, all we know is what we physically see on the property and what the seller tells us. I've given you 4 disclosures and an advisory from the Association of Realtors just for you to review. I'm not going to go through them all. But in every case, they say seller is required to fill out these disclosures. Some of them require that the agents also acknowledge it because we're helping them, by giving them those items. But in a lot of cases, it's the seller, and the seller is certifying the information is correct. Again, not the agents. I wish that I asked for this in 2019 when the last ordinance for the disclosure for the defensible space and vegetation management was put in place, that you put all 4 ordinances and the 3 disclosures that go with them prominent on your website so that buyers and sellers and real estate agents can easily find them. The fire protection one isn't anywhere on your website. And then the other 2, one for naturally occurring asbestos. If you know how to search it, you can find it in environmental management. If I may please go on.
Only 3 minutes per period, but I will definitely follow up with you, Kim.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I will call you and because I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, the one form I just want to point out, the TDS that I have included and with the orange tab there, that is the primary document. And if you look on the second page, tab C4 and for C5, those are the 2 questions the seller is supposed to answer. And if they answer no, that again is, how do they find out?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anyone else in the room? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Okay, now taking a public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, well, there is a lot here. My goodness. What I think I'd like to do is I'd like to go through what I have heard the board say. And then tell me if there's things that we haven't captured. That we are looking for an amnesty program to be brought back to the board that encompasses, number 1, unpermitted residential accessory or additions per the Humboldt program. I don't think we want to consider commercial. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Number 2, that per staff's recommendation, to assist property owners, a pre-site inspection would be done to determine site locations. And that would be done at a flat fee. I would also recommend that we have an escalator on that flat fees. That is costs, increase, so does that fee. That number 3, that penalty fees are waived for construction permits, but customary permit fees would still apply. That the board desires to apply current codes. Let's say the codes at the time of construction where feasible. That we have 2 categories for our amnesty program. 1, if a permit has been pulled, and 1, if no record is available on that project. And are we looking at having, I've heard from the board that we're not so concerned about a voluntary or involuntary, that because there are times when you just don't know, and you don't know about a permit until something triggers it, whether it's a neighbor turning you in or whether it's, sometimes you don't know. And that would be a shame to have a property owner in that situation if they really didn't know, then not be able to take advantage of this. So how does the board feel about involuntary versus voluntary?
It seemed like when we had our conversation, we had enough examples, I guess, to, in my mind, say we do want to do both, because if you bought, so many down the line and you discover it yourself, you're not turned in, but you discover it, if you're getting ready to do something, we would want those people the same benefit, I would think.
I would think so. So we're not too concerned about, it doesn't matter voluntary or involuntary. We have an amnesty program.
Right.
Yes. Okay. And then we'd also, whether it's a part of this item, but we'd also like to see how we can better communicate and coordinate between staff and departments.
Between departments and departments.
Between departments and departments, communicate and coordinate between county departments.
Because all this is so related.
Exactly. Yeah. Did I miss something? Supervisor Heidel?
John, you want to say? I've
So,
got something I'll say, but I'll let you go ahead because it looked like you
Voluntary
had-
versus involuntary. I think we need to be cautious because I want to encourage people who find out that they have a deficiency to come forward and to get the amnesty that's currently in place and get it resolved as soon as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
And if we kind of blend everything together, which is what I thought I heard you say, that there's no differentiation between voluntary and involuntary, and it's the same amnesty program for both, then you're removing that incentive for somebody to come forward and seek a solution as opposed to us through code enforcement trying to make it happen.
So I guess if we included involuntary, then any code case could then fall under this.
Well, this is only about if you're the second, third, or fourth, whatever, if you've inherited this, not that if you've created it yourself, correct? Isn't that what we're focused on?
Right.
Staff, what do you
That's,
recommend?
that's
Help us out.
what we were going for is, I mean, this whole conversation started because of, it was really the two case types that resulted in a situation where a current owner, unbeknownst to them, there was unpermitted work done and they found themselves in this situation.
Right.
We have a lot of other code cases that don't touch that category.
Right.
So that, I think that's kind of the narrowly tailored look is just that universe of cases.
So previous owner, unpermitted residential accessory or additions.
One of the thing I wanted to add, I don't know if this to clarify, let's say if this house was built in 74, they did an addition on it. They're being assessed on the taxes from that. I think it should be to that standards of 1974 when that permit was pulled, not to current standards. Because standards have changed over the period of time, especially when you're like the fourth or fifth owner of that home.
Well, Supervisor Thomas covered that. She
Okay.
said to use
All
the
right.
prior codes.
Okay. All
As
right.
much as we
Prior
can,
code.
though, our hands are tied when it
I
comes to
totally
the
understand.
safety
As
thing.
much as
Totally
possible.
understand. Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely. We need to
So we
make
did cover
sure
that. It was more about I thought the whole focus of this was if you purchased a home unbeknownst to
Okay.
you. That's to me the trigger for this whole program.
Right.
Because we have other things to help people in the other category
okay.
already. So my only question, I guess, would be when the two different categories you mentioned, Supervisor Thomas, would it be better to give the staff flexibility in case they
Yes.
find another category?
Don't limit it to two.
Right.
but
Yeah,
minimum of
right.
those two, I
Right.
think is clear, right? There might be a third one that pops up in that discussion, right?
Right.
Yeah, as you're
Yeah.
going through it, you might find other categories. So I don't want to tie your hands. We can do that, right? Yeah. Did we hit everything?
Maybe Supervisor Parlin, you have other violations you want to just clear up right now, just to get them out there?
Let me see what I've got. I'll call home. But I think, did we cover everything? I think we did. That seemed, did staff, did you notice anything we didn't cover? Anybody?
Anything else you didn't cover?
No, I think that covers
Don't tell.
the questions that we had come in wondering. So
Okay.
I think that's appropriate for us. We can certainly craft a program and bring it back to you for consideration.
With that
Yeah.
direction?
Yeah.
County Council, you feel we covered it pretty well? I was watching your face, seeing if you made squishy face.
I want to ask Linda, do you think we missed anything in the direction we're going here? Is there something that you think is important that we add to the direction?
Thank you. No, I don't think so. I just wanted to point out one thing that building services does do that our code enforcement staff direct customers for when they're expired permits, and it comes to us for knowledge. They have a last chance final. And what that means is even if the permit expired many years ago, inspection staff will go out one time to see if they can final the permit. If they can't, then the permit needs to be reactivated. So that is a service that's been in place for several years.
Yeah. Good to know.
So somehow we're gonna have to, as Supervisor Thomas said, when we get this packaged up and it's a program, I think do a big blast on everything that we have. Because I just don't know if everybody knows. How would you
Services,
know?
basically, we need to define the services that are available to
Yeah.
people. What choices do they have, right? And that's a good one to make sure that they.
That is a good
emphasize.
one. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for that, Linda. Appreciate it. Okay, so then.
Supervisor Thomas, you said you wanted to be brought back to the board. Is there a time frame that you would like it brought back to the board?
I'm thinking 90 days. Is that, I want to give
Yeah.
you the flexibility on this.
That is certainly doable. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So let me read this one more time to capture this. And I'm sorry, Kim, I couldn't get this done earlier, but we didn't know our conversation was going to be. So direct staff to bring back an amnesty program within 90 days that encompasses: 1, unpermitted residential accessory structures or additions from previous owners. 2, penalty fees are waived for construction permits. Customary permit fees still apply. 3, that a flat fee for pre-site inspection with an escalator to cover staff cost be applied. Apply construction codes at the time of construction where feasible. 5, categorize permits as appropriate. And 6, look at how we can better coordinate and communicate between county departments relative to this item.
The caveat would seem to be the fixed fee for an inspection fee based upon what Linda said, that they'll come out and look at it. If it's a simple thing that they can do to sign off on the permit, would that be an applicable inspection fee, or would we do that without a fee?
That would be covered under the building permit, and the building permit, when they issue it, their fees go for inspections also.
Okay.
This would be for code enforcement staff. And the thought behind there is we would just, as a team, take a look to see, do the structures meet setbacks? Are there anything that may cause a prohibition from it being permitted? And just to take general consensus of what it is to bring back so that they can get a full estimation of what an estimated permit fee would be and the permit requirements.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Very good.
There's one more suggestion here on number 7, and then I'm going to send this to you, Kim. Explore using existing systems to true up any discrepancies that may exist between the assessor and code enforcement and the treasurer tax collector and VHRs, and report back on progress when they return with an update on the amnesty program. That's not part of this action, is it?
Well,
The first one is.
yeah, the
The
first,
one.
The assessor
first
and
part.
code enforcement. Okay.
Yeah, I think to the
And then
extent
the-
it's getting to the VHR component, I think
Okay.
that does exceed the scope of this
I
item.
think so too. Yeah.
May 2nd,
Yeah.
we'll get there.
That exist. Let me see that one more time between, I'm so sorry, but. That's better.
I tried sneaking it in there.
Oh,
Okay.
you got turned in.
There's no amnesty for that, Supervisor Lane.
So can I go ahead and move the item, given that, and you're gonna send the actual text to Kim, so when the
Yes.
draft minutes, you can look at the draft minutes, but
Yes.
I'm comfortable moving it the way you've directed.
Okay.
Everybody else is.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Second.
All right, so all those in favor?
I'll second it.
It was Supervisor Lane.
Supervisor
but-
Lane beat you.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you all for helping.
Yeah,
us through this.
good
It's-
That's another one of those complex
Yeah.
situations, right?
Yes.
A lot of nuances.
We never like
Roger,
to
thanks.
do that too much on the dais.
We
but
can have
this one
5-minute
was
break,
important.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
definitely
5-minute
need
break,
that.
and then we're gonna come back and do our consent items. All right, 5-minute break. Move time.
I know.
I
just
All
wanted to
right,
let you know.
everyone, we are back in session. Thank you for allowing us a little break. And so with this, let's tackle consent items. I'd like to do number 18 first, and then we'll do 9, and then we'll go into item number 34, the board appointments to the ad hoc for CDAC. And then we'll probably break for lunch. And then after open forum, do item number 35, the mid-year budget. Does that sound acceptable to the board?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So Kim, item number 18.
Item number 18 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution accepting Carson Crossing Drive into the El Dorado County maintained mileage system.
All right, so Supervisor Turnbull, you pulled this. Would you like to start us off here?
Yeah, let me get my thoughts together a little bit. I'm in pain, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, anyway, I think the biggest thing on there is the main concerns from the residents about that they should be actually included because there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed to the residents that live around in that particular area. And that's one of the things that their concerns are, that they should have, they should be included. So anyway, you want to talk about that a little bit? So.
Okay, good morning. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning, Adam Bain, El Dorado County Department of Transportation. Thank you for addressing this issue. We've had the item on it's been a long time in us getting the item to this board, and I apologize for that because it should have happened quite some time ago.
Yeah.
But the item we're discussing is Carson Crossing Drive. It's down in El Dorado Hills. It's adjacent to the business park just to the west. The Carson Creek development has gone on in there for a number of years. I think the original specific plan was finished up in the 90s, and then projects have progressively come out of that. So Carson Crossing Drive was constructed by the developer as of necessity for the residential development down there for multiple senior housing facilities. So the work was for Carson Crossing Drive was actually constructed with the first phase of the Carson Creek development itself, and was completed in 2017 by the contractor. We went and inspected the work, and there was a number of little things that needed to get cleaned up over the period of time. And so we've been working with the developers, Lennar Homes, to get those completed. Subsequent to that occurring, we've had some conversation with a couple of the homeowners groups. They're not the homeowners associations, but they're individual groups that have formed within the agency, within the community. We've met with them 3 times, and I've been on the phone probably a dozen times or more with the individual groups addressing their concerns, and there's been many that they've had, and we've tried to work through those as best we can. There's concerns about the park and the lighting. There's concerns about infringement from the preserve for Carson Creek, sound walls, a number of different things that folks have had concerns about, and legitimately so. They're folks moving into a new development, and they see things, and it's like, hey, well, what's going on here? Those types of things. So we've worked with them extensively. In some cases, they've asked for things that are beyond what we're able to provide. One of those issues is sound walls. There is a requirement for sound walls adjacent to Carson Crossing Drive in some areas that's dictated by a traffic study that's done, a noise survey that's done. And it's a function of the development. Some of these folks think that there should be more walls, they should be taller. They've challenged whether or not those noise studies are accurate. We've taken the studies, we've looked at them and determined that they are accurate and reasonable. If somebody has a different opinion, they're certainly welcome to that, but we don't have the ability at this point to go back and make a change that's required because somebody thinks that they should be higher, taller, longer, whatever else. So we worked through a number of those issues. We got down to just one issue, at least was from the department's standpoint. There's some additional signage that's requested for some of the exits from the development. It's one lane divided, or it's a 2-lane divided roadway, and there's a median through the middle. But for fire access, we have mountable medians that you can actually drive over if you want, so that it cuts down response time for the fire department, and that's a fire code issue. And they have had a few folks who have decided to turn the wrong way and go down the wrong direction. So we've worked with the developer to add some additional signage to it. And we were hopeful that, and we were told that it would be done prior to getting this item to the board. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. There is a shortage on sign material, the retro reflective material that goes on signs. It's been an industry thing. So they've assured me that that work will be done by March 23rd. I've got that in writing from the developer. And honestly, we should have had this item to the board a long time prior to that. Short of that, there's a handful of other things that some of the residents think should be changed. There's one crack in a sidewalk. We've actually had that fixed several times. We had a punch list that was developed, and we've done 4 of them now. And to go back to the contractor 5 years after the fact that there's an actual just a concrete crack, it's not displaced, it's not going anywhere, is beyond what we can do as far as dictating the contractor change it. So at this point, the road's in good shape, the facilities are in good shape. There's some folks that have some complaints or things that they wish were different, but we've kind of exhausted our remedies with the developer that we can enforce at this point. And the roadway is in good shape, and we have an obligation to take it in the maintain mileage system as part of the development agreement that permitted that overall project. So that's why we're here today. Certainly happy to continue to work with those folks. I personally have spent more than 40 hours worth of my staff time speaking with those folks, addressing their concerns, pulling up reports, going over those reports with folks. So it's not as though we haven't been in communication and connective. Some of the things that they've asked for are beyond just what we're able to do. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate for that helpful
One of the biggest
explanation.
concerns is that area where the park is. Now people are parking outside the road, so they want to pull out. It's hard to, it's not visible, especially when oncoming traffic and stuff, and it impacts them a lot, especially if they're trying to pull out of the heritage, facility. And then also where the fire lanes and stuff are, people parking outside around that circle and stuff like that, even if it's painted red, there's, it's impacting as people trying to get out of their developments, their homes.
And we met with them specifically about those 2 particular items, and they did paint the curb median curb red. We did inform folks they were parking out there kind of to make a point, and that you're parking in the travel lane. That's a violation. You can't do that. So everything that's out there now has adequate sight distance according to the design manual. And anybody that's choosing to do things that they shouldn't be, would love to see if there's solutions for those types of things, but trying to get folks to comply with the law is something beyond what we can make a change to.
Yeah, I know there's been issues also with the lighting issue that's there too, especially the 50-foot lights. And that, that never even had a permit pulled for even those. And then also the 25-foot parking lot should have been 12 foot, not 25 feet. So
But I don't think that relates to
that doesn't
to
relate
this
to any of
item.
that.
Yeah.
roadway.
Yeah.
But just-
There are
just
some
something
ongoing issues that you're
ongoing issue.
dealing
That's
with.
the reason
Yeah.
why I brought them up.
Sure. And we're aware of those, and we've been working with the group, and we'll continue to do so. They've been very respectful and polite, and we appreciate that. It's just trying to make progress and move on with other things.
So appreciate all you addressing the community's
I do have one
concerns.
question, Adam. I know there's been issues with the senior population out there in terms of their concerns for safety and setbacks and the sidewalks and step downs and all those kinds of things. But it sounds like there's nothing more we can do in that category, right? Unless we get to a point of an opportunity to make some improvements in the general roadway, and that would be years away as far as I see it, that you would be able to accommodate something that addresses that senior safety aspect of it.
It's an excellent point, and it's a difficult thing to address. Our design standards are set as a baseline. They're set for the general public at large. They incorporate issues for handicap and ADA and those types of things. And what we have out there meets those standards now. If there's enhancements that folks would like, then there's opportunities for that. Putting up hand railing and some of those types of things, or other things that might be able to be done, but it's not something we do and maintain as part of the overall roadway network. We don't have the funds to be able to do those things. If the homeowners association wants to do something along those lines, we'd be more than happy to coordinate and help.
Excellent. So they have a path to get there.
Yes.
It's going to be on their nickel, though, not on something the developer could do after the fact.
And there's quite a few of those modifications that have already been made in various little areas as the project went through construction, but that's been a while back, and folks don't necessarily see all the things that were done previously.
So one of the things that triggers though is perhaps we should consider for age restricted communities, a standard that's a little bit higher than the normal one from the standpoint of making sure that seniors have the safety provisions they think they're going to need, because balance and a lot of other things, judgment, depth perception do change with age. And when you're stepping off something, if it looks like it's 6 inches and it's really a foot, that can cause you to take a fall, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe as a future level of improvement, we could consider for age restricted communities, the standard is a little bit higher dealing with the senior safety. So
Be happy to take a look at that in the next development that comes through. And as a matter of fact, we've got Heritage, which is the next phase in our office right now. So we'll take a review of that for those types of things. And maybe we could, that would be an opportunity to sit down with the group and see if there's some suggestions they have on the front end rather than at the back end. So
Maybe see what other communities are doing.
So we'd be happy to do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Appreciate it. Any other board comments?
No, that's it.
All right. Public comment on this item. Thanks so much.
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I just brought it up. Google has it called Carson Crossing Road, but I think today it's Carson Crossing Drive. I just wanted to get some clarity as to, is it the same one? Is it the road? The other part of it is, I assume this is the one that goes and ties into White Rock. And so there will be a future on this road related to what happens with White Rock. Also, I believe that there's developable property that is on the west side of this road. That certainly the question about what may happen to this road in the future could be before your board related to its attachment to conditionally to another project. So I don't know of anything, but I just wanted to add to the content of the item, and I support what you're doing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Whether it matters or not.
It always matters. All right, I think we're ready to go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Hello, Robert.
Yes, I just a very, very brief comment. I'm speaking on behalf of myself that lives just adjacent to Carson Crossing, but also as a member of the APAC organization that had the opportunity to chat about this matter, I believe 3 weeks ago, with Adam and with Raphael, to try to address a number of issues that we believe are still unanswered by and large. I want to preface this by saying, Adam and Raphael, you've been nothing but stand-up people. You've worked tirelessly in working with our group of seniors, but also the groups in Four Seasons and Blackstone. We all three communities have concern about the acceptance of Carson Crossing as a roadway into the county. We believe that there's more than just minor issues of a crack on a highway, and in terms of the standards that we see every day coming up and down this roadway. Certainly the noise abatement issue we've talked about is going to continue to manifest itself until such time as we can take some relatively old acoustic studies and really match them to what has really been constructed. Do those studies really reflect the reality that we're seeing today? We don't have the answers right now. I'm not an engineer, so I really can't state that. But my hope is that the county take a very serious look at accepting as a roadway, given the budgetary limitations that the county has right now, to take very clearly and seriously what the implications of accepting, say, yet another piece of highway into your manifest at this stage with items that are still very clearly up in the air that have not been resolved to many of us. Again, Raphael, Adam, first-rate job. You guys are stand-up people. The entire organization is first-rate. I would just ask the county to very seriously consider delaying this decision. It's been delayed now for several months while we're still trying to walk through some of these questions. What is it going to really hurt to give us another couple of months to really resolve these final issues? Thank you so much, board, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. I see Raphael approaching the podium for some
Yes.
additional
just-
comments.
Yeah, just one additional one. Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation. I agree with Robert that this isn't the last that we're going to hear of this. My staff and I are committed because now we're taking that on as a county maintained project. So that is going to be our responsibility. So obviously, Adam has been delaying this and delaying this to make sure that by the time we do accept this, that has met all our standards at a minimum. But this isn't the end of it. We're going to make sure that if anything other discrepancies and or imperfections show up within the infrastructure, that we are going to either hold the developer accountable, or that then the county is going to be responsible for it. And so then I graciously look forward to working with Robert for any future occurrences, issues, and as Adam said, any future projects that are going to be coming into the area, seeing what other aspects we can incorporate maybe into it so that we can address more of a specific perspective from a specific community that is going to be the residents in that area. So this isn't the last. We'll definitely continue communications with Robert and the community in that area. So just want to let that know. Okay.
Thank you. And
All right.
wanted to acknowledge you all go above and beyond, to work with our communities. We so appreciate that coordination to talk through their issues, to be there for, evening meetings and coordination.
Sure.
And I appreciated Mr. Williams' acknowledgement
Yes.
of that, and we appreciate it.
Our
as well.
pleasure.
So,
Thank you.
All right, bring it back to the board for action.
I would like to make a motion that we delay this for 90 days so we can reach out to the residents who live in that particular area, and then have Raphael bring it back to the board.
Actually, I have a further clarifying
Okay.
question on that. So Raphael, is it my understanding that a lot of the issues that are a concern to the residents are not necessarily within our purview? That is the CSD involved in things regarding the park, and you talked about the sound walls that are a concern, and that's not part of our county
So
network,
essentially,
so-
that is correct, Supervisor Thomas, that currently the only issue that is in our purview that we are actually rectifying with the developer is the signage that they have promised us that by March 22nd, 23rd, that they are going to be installing at those locations. All the other aspects as of right now, whether it's the sound wall, it's not in our purview. The lighting is definitely not within our purview. They've completed the red curbing. The cracks on the sidewalk, they're surface cracks now. All these significant structural cracks have been rectified. So right now, really, there isn't anything other than the signage. So if the board wants to wait for the signage, but we do have clarification from the developer that they will be installing it on the 23rd. Really, that's the only thing now within the Department of Transportation's purview that is per the highway design manual that needs to be rectified. That engineering wise, that's
And
the
that
only
is the
thing.
action before us today, not these other issues.
The
Which
other-
sounds like there's already an ongoing collaboration and coordination to work through them.
We are working with them to see if there's additional studies that need to be made. Well, then we want them to actually prove to us, give us that smoking gun so that then we can give it to the developer. From our review, our plan checks, it looks like the sound walls were installed per the original standards and specifications. So anything now at this stage is only the signage that needs to be installed that is within the highway design manual that specifies us making sure that they rectify. So, and that will happen on the 23rd.
That helps clarify kind of what's before us and what's not before us.
Sure.
So, okay.
Sure.
So that was a motion, Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I would make a motion, yeah, that we delay this and stuff and make sure the signage and everything and proper stuff is put in place prior to bringing this back to the board, so.
Do I
I
have a
have
second?
a clarifying question before we move it. So is there any harm in waiting 90 days? Is there any harm in a delay? I guess that's the part I'm not understanding. What are the differences?
I mean, we do have a contractual responsibility to the developer because, as Adam said, we should have done this years ago. But in working and in respect to the homeowners, we've delayed it this long. I'd have to talk to Adam to see if there's anything else that would legally bind us to do this today, if not in, let's say, 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, Adam. So really that if it sounds like that's the only thing that we have left, which is the signage, right now that would be the only one, and it's happening within less than 90 days. It's actually happening in 30 days. So really that would be the only thing.
So, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is if we don't accept it today, is it preventing you guys from doing anything else? All those other things you're trying to work on? Because that's why I'm not asking you.
Oh.
I'm asking because I want to make sure I get the real deal answer. The legal answer is because accepting it, you kind of indicated it changes it. Now it becomes the county.
It becomes our responsibility. Yes. Yes.
So does that change anything?
I mean, at some point, the developer will say, hey, enough is enough. We've abided by the legal requirements, the engineering requirements for the infrastructure that you made us build per the design. So where is it that you are saying we are not abiding by those standards and specifications? So at some point, the developer is going to say, okay, enough is enough. I mean, obviously, if it's an additional, month, 2 months to make sure that we do get the designs per the highway design manual, which is a requirement per traffic engineering, then yes, that would be justification enough. But anything other than that, then we would be in breach of our responsibilities as a county to say, well, we designed it this way, you built it that way. And if we don't do it, it's our responsibility if we don't give it to them.
That's what I'm concerned about. Could we make it conditionally accepted on the date after that the signs are put up or something like that, just to make it so?
Yeah, and I'd like to piggyback on what you're saying. My concern is if we do delay it, there's an expectation from the public that our Department of Transportation is going to be working on these other issues and concerns that are not necessarily under their purview or authority.
Right.
And
that's what I was asking.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Right. And
so the only one we have right now are, like I said, are the
so much
signs.
on your plate that
All we have right now are the signs that are within the highway design capacity manual.
But we could make a motion contingent upon completion of the signage installation on March 31st and set that up as part of the motion, right? And if it doesn't happen, that you can come back for further discussion.
Either
Isn't
way.
there also a performance bond in place here? And
Yes, there is.
So there's a holdback on that. So the
Yes.
developer has money that's been sitting there that they're hoping to be able to recover
Yes.
when that performance bond closes, and they're not allowed to do that until we take
Right.
ownership
Exactly.
of the roadway. So there is a monetary impact to them if this goes on too long.
Exactly. And it has been, I mean, but for good reason. There have been nuances and certain aspects of the roadway, sidewalks, signage that we are very pleased that the public brought to our attention, not only for this development, but for future developments. So we were glad that we were able to collaborate with them and encourage the developer to install those modifications. But really, the only one left that is per our purview are the signs.
Okay. So Supervisor, you have a motion on the table.
Well, I could change that motion, let's make it like John was talking about, what, 30,
Okay.
what is it, 30 days?
Well, it was to amend the
Well,
motion
it's to approve staff's recommendation contingent upon installation of the signs by March 23rd. And if not, it'll come back to the board for further discussion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So is that your motion?
Do we need to put a date on it? Should it just be contingent upon the signs? What if they're a day late or something? I just want to, give us the most.
I'll turn to Adam and say, should we give him a couple of days beyond March 23rd? You got a signed letter, right? So.
Right.
30 days would be helpful.
Okay, 30 days.
30 days.
Within 30
days.
That would be the motion, 30
Yeah.
days.
30 days.
All right, so
30 days from when they're supposed to be having it done or 30 days start?
From the present time, this action's taken.
From today.
right? So from today.
Yeah.
And I'm
We have
looking
it.
at county council, just make sure, are we good? Are we solid?
I appreciated Kim's question. I was seeking that same clarification.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
David.
All right, so
Okay.
that's your motion.
That's my motion.
All right, is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries
Right.
unanimously.
Thank you very much, board.
Thank you
Appreciate it.
very much
All right,
for
Thank you
helping
for all
us
that
work through
clarification.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, so board, do you want to tackle those two more items? really
No, I need
quickly?
food. Need
No?
food. Food down.
Okay. All right,
get up
so
and around.
my
I'm
apologies for anyone that is online. We were a little verbose this morning on some of these issues, but good discussion. So at this point, we are going to break for lunch, and when we come back at 1 o'clock, we will have open forum. And then we will go back to consent item number 9. And we'll do item 34, and then we'll do 35. And then our closed sessions. So with that, thank you for being with us, and we will see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. The board is back and it's 1 o'clock in time for open forum. So
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
all right, time to go online, Kim. Yeah. All right. Who's going to get us started today? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let me hand these out to you first. I'm glad Jonathan's here because I want to start with mentioning the role model that you've heard from me before. That's Alex Haley. He was a Coast Guardsman before he became a Pulitzer Prize winner, and he's quoted as saying, "Find the good and praise it." So I want to start with some good, and that is I want to thank you for the Navigation Center. I'm privileged to be in a support position to the people that are being served by that. And I know that there are still questions and opposition to the Navigation Center and what it does, but I'm privileged to hear and see the gratitude that those residents express. And it is humbling to hear and to be in service to them. And so thank you. It's making a difference. I don't think that you doubt that, but I can just share with you that it is. So thank you. I handed out two things to you. One is an excerpt from a formal complaint that you know that I have filed regarding your Human Rights Commission decision, and also a resource guide as an example of a resource that can be used for you as a Board of Supervisors to become a more effective supportive group to your Human Rights Commission, as well as to the Human Rights Commission itself and to the citizens that they serve. It's an excellent resource. It's meant just to support human relations organizations in the state of California. I sent you a link to it this morning, and I really highly encourage you to take a look at it. Most of the concerns that I heard from what I see in their website, they can answer that for you. They can help you solve your problems. So I'm here today because I wanted to state for the public record, for those that aren't familiar with it, that I have submitted a formal complaint, and I want to read an excerpt of it because my complaint also has recommendations and some solutions for your consideration. So I've handed you a draft statement from the Board of Supervisors regarding the El Dorado County Human Rights Commission, which in my view is the only position that you should come back with. It says, quote, "Since 1961, the promotion of positive human relations for the purpose of ensuring public peace, health, safety, and general welfare of all the people of this state has been a principal governmental concern and responsibility and remains so today. The Commission's mandatory responsibilities and obligations are specified in state law, and we must follow those mandates. Accordingly, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors has no authority to dictate different responsibilities or obligations for our local Human Rights Commission. The El Dorado County Board of Supervisors exercised its authority to create and support a Human Relations Commission in 2018. The current board does not have authority to reconsider those decisions without complying with an applicable county code. 2 supervisors are appointed as members of the Human Rights Commission and may attend meetings as observers. They should not attempt to influence the commission and may not speak for the Board of Supervisors unless they are authorized to do so. That's what the law and the facts tell me that I reviewed, and I gave them to you, and I hope you come to the same conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon, Wendy and John, George, Lori, and Brooke, welcome. I've gotten to welcome you here. And Tiffany, welcome aboard. And David Livingstone, good to see you too. And God bless Don in his new adventures with the probably greatly enlarged honey-do list at home from his wife. A lot I could go to, but it's just good to be alive here and to just focus on what my predecessor just said. Thank you. And thank you. And thank you. Thank you, each of you.
even those that didn't vote for it, thank you for not obstructing what would have made us continue in El Dorado County. We're the home of the gold rush. We're the heart of what brought 1 million people in 1849 to California. We're the heart of California, and yet for decades we have carried the disopprobrium and disgrace of being one of the last 4 holdouts. We could still be one of the 4 out of 58 counties that don't have a year-round shelter for the homeless and the hopeless and the broken. When you've dealt with them, as I have for hundreds of hours in the last 3 years, hundreds of hours, and you hear about the overdoses and one of the so-called couples being bloodied and the gentleman being taken to jail just in this last week, right across, actually at a motel in town, but one of the residents. Jesus said that the doctor is not sent to the well, but to those that are sick. And what you have done is marvelous. And you know, Jesus Christ himself had adversaries. He was perfect, and yet perfect wasn't good enough for the critics. But what you've done is praiseworthy, and I would encourage the citizens that are in favor of the Navigation Center to write in. It was a terrible hit piece done on you, Wendy, by a certain person representing one of the political parties. Just disgraceful, disgusting, and very distasteful. But with 8 seconds left, I want to congratulate you for doing the right thing. Jesus said in Matthew 25, I was homeless, and you sheltered me. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you for being with us today. And with that, we will move on to our department matters, and we will take.
You said, yeah, we were going to go back and do
Oh,
it.
I meant we'll go back to our consent item number 9. I meant to say that. Yes. So consent item number 9, Kim. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 9 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board make the following district-specific appointments to the Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee.
And Supervisor Parlin, I believe you pulled that.
I did. That was so long ago. I forgot about it. Our conversation about the amnesty was awesome and got really engrossed in that one. I just pulled it for just a couple of things really quick is, well, number one, I heard some rumblings, conversations, concern that I'm not appointing anybody. And I just want to make it clear that I'm not appointing anybody today because I didn't have anybody in mind and I was waiting to see what the board's direction was. So because of that, now that I know what the board's direction is, and I have been reaching out to some folks and still looking for somebody that wants to tackle that. So that's for clarification. And then my thinking was, I just wanted to make sure that I know that several of you in our conversations had already kind of chosen your appointee prior to our board's conversation. So I was just hoping to make sure and clarify with all of you that you've had an opportunity to let them know what the board's direction is and what they're going to be actually working on first before we move on to, the reviewing of CDAC and stuff. That's what they're being appointed for. So just want to check and see before we were like, yeah, go and appoint them to make sure you've had that opportunity to clarify with them. So other than that, that was all it was.
Okay.
Very simple.
Right. Any other comments from board members? And I know I have had conversations with my appointee on this list and looking forward to working with her on
Very
this.
good.
Yeah. All right. So thank you for clarifying, Supervisor Parlin. I think we'll take public comment now.
Now taking public comment on item number 9. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Koshan. I'm just letting you know as a citizen that sometimes you go fast and sometimes you're, like you said, verbose, but in a good way earlier when I was in person. So I just missed the other agenda item because I didn't push *9 fast enough. That's on me, but just sharing. So this particular item, I commend you for bringing it back, for showing how you can do, again, due diligence, living up to all of your different county values. And I think this is a fit for, as people keep reminding me, a conservative county. When I was there, you were discussing code enforcement and permits and amnesty. And I've always appreciated communities that don't just tear everything down literally in terms of construction and build something new, that value history and heritage and all the investment that is represented by structures that are around. And I think that is comparable to the structures you build.
Leo, this
through
item
your
is
community structure.
this item is just on the appointment to CDAC.
Well, and so I'll try to get to that point then, that you went through an arduous process to rebuild CDAC, and I find that to be very commendable. It's a good example of not starting all over again. I was just using analogies. And just so Lori knows, if you want to hold crazy people close, hey, I'm eligible. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great. And congratulations to the 4 people that are appointed, and we look forward to working with them. Yes, all right. And speaking of that, let's move on to item number 34, Kim.
Item 34 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board appoint 2 board members to an ad hoc committee to review and make recommendations to the board regarding the Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee.
All right, thank you. All right, so
I guess that's up to us, huh?
Okay, yes. Did you have
That is that simple?
Supervisor Turnbull had his button first.
No, I'd like to be on this ad hoc committee, especially with El Dorado Hills, with a lot of the development that's going down in El Dorado Hills and also in Cameron Park. So I would love to be a part of that ad hoc committee.
So for clarity, at this point, we're not going to be, the first task, my recollection, that's why I think why I asked about the other item. We're not going to be looking at specific areas or projects or anything. We're going to be looking at, there were like 3 different governing documents to make sure they're aligned, to see if we need to get rid of some of them or, merge them or whatever. And then look at big strategic for the whole county as a whole. So just, I just want to make sure that you understand,
I
we're not
understand
going to be
that.
looking at
Yeah, I
certain areas
understand.
or anything.
I
Okay.
understand.
Governance, the structure, and
Which
yeah.
I know that. I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in. So.
Well, that's fine. I just want to make sure, 'cause that's not what you indicated in your
I know,
statement.
I know.
So, and with that, I would like to also be on there just because I approached staff about this last year when some concerns came up, and the need for direction in reviewing it was definitely clear to me. So I kind of pushed for this direction, to be honest, and have appreciated the board's support to take a look at things. That's kind of what we should do with anything after a bit, take a look and reevaluate. So I would really like to be on it also.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Heidel has his button.
I also have an interest in serving in this capacity. I've done a lot of research relative to the examples that were provided by staff, and I've gone through and actually looked at the resumes of all the individuals who applied to determine where their strengths are, where they have experience. And I contrasted that with what Placer County had done in terms of defining various categories, and found some significant deficiencies with the current appointees, one of which I'll point out is agriculture. And I really believe we need to have a strong agricultural voice in this CDAC committee. We did in the past through Lexi, through your appointment. But with the new appointment, I don't see that same strength, knowledge of the agricultural interest relative to economic development. So as we develop this ad hoc process to try to determine what is the proper makeup of a CDAC board or committee, basically, how do we make sure that we have the connectivity and information transfer that's necessary so that all of our major economic areas are represented somehow, right? So that's one of the things I think is important. Also, in reviewing that, I looked at, you know, the Placer County one, and kind of interesting, they had utilities as on there, somebody representing utilities. And when we look at what are the impacts of utilities, what we found for the most part is when you're talking about a large utility user, and they're comparing some other county with El Dorado County, i.e. Sacramento County with El Dorado County, that's usually a discriminator that they're going to say it's too expensive for the cost of electricity. So I think there is an opportunity to work with the utility industry, not so much on the cost, but on the time frame at which they can get things done. There've been asks for power to be brought in, very large power amounts, and the response we've gotten from PG&E is, well, that's probably going to take 9 months to a year. And that's a non-starter for some of these businesses that really want to move in. So utilities, I thought, was an interesting one. And the other one that kind of occurred to me is chambers. And it seems like there needs to be the voice of the chamber in there somewhere. And I think we have some of that with the current representation. But I would want to ask staff, and Kyle in particular, does he have enough interaction with the chambers to feel that he has their inputs when he brings that discussion to CDAC? Because if he does, I think that satisfies. We have a number of chambers. And I don't want to try to select any one, to be honest.
Correct.
And actually, I don't want to get too far astray on
Right.
what we're doing,
Right.
because what's before us today is just to appoint 2 people on the ad hoc committee. So I don't want to get out of our lane as far as the
Content.
I was explaining why I had an interest,
Okay,
but that's all.
got it.
And then I might expand on that and go a step further then, because I was thinking about along the lines of what you said, Supervisor Huddle, with agriculture and stuff. I was kind of thinking that on the water agency specifically, the water agency's been doing a lot of studies with water and agriculture. Alder Creek expanding to South County and all that. Also, they're doing a tourism impact study also that's going to be used regionally. So with that connection, I was kind of thinking that I would like it if it were myself and Supervisor Thomas with her ag connection, our positions on the water agency also. I think if we could tie those in closer, they're also related. Water is related to everything, of course, but I kind of like that thought too. And again, this is just to look at mostly the foundational documents to see how we want to structure things in the future, working with staff.
Right, and who needs to be a part of that, going forward. All right, any other thoughts? Supervisor Lane.
Thank you. Well, my big concern, Supervisor Parlin, and you and I've talked about this, is the fact that you appear to have already made up your mind or drawn some conclusions with regards to CDAC. And I really feel like we need some neutral, fresh eyes on the issue. And, so that's a concern that I have.
I'm really sad to hear you feel that way because I totally disagree with you. I'm the one that brought up the fact we should review it and take a look at its structure. No preconceived ideas, none.
Well, there were, some comments early on, and I don't know where those are at right now, but I would assume that a ad hoc committee would begin to look at it, that you didn't want, for example, what's the term for the ones that aren't supervisor appointments, but general public?
At large.
At
At
large,
large.
thank you.
Members.
That you didn't want the at-large members to participate. And I'm just concerned about that because one of the at-large members is the chair of the committee. So the exclusion of that is concerning. Also, if an ad hoc committee was put together and that was something that you determined was a step you were going to take, with only 4 out of 5 supervisors appointed at this juncture, you wouldn't even have a quorum because the bylaws state that it's a committee of none. So you have said a few things that I think are out a little bit in front of where we are, and that's my concern.
And again, I'm really sorry you feel that way. I totally disagree with your assumptions because you did say you're assuming. And I explained that I don't have a District 4 rep because I was waiting for a board's conversation to see where we were going. So I am working on that. One person I already talked to, just to let you know, is not encouraged by the direction that we're going right now. They think we should have tackled this a different way. So that person, even though I thought they were very qualified, didn't want to participate in the way we structured it. So I have to find somebody that is qualified and wants to work with the structure we've set up to review it. That large members, there's other factors going on, and they were interviewed and their comments were included in the CEO's recommendations, which I appreciated. So
I'm going to jump in here. These kinds of conversations are always a little challenging, and so I appreciate everyone speaking up. I think that because Supervisor Parlin has had some concerns, as well as there are some issues that we need to address to make sure that moving forward, some of the discrepancies that have been highlighted in Dawn Ashton's investigation into this, there's some foundational things that need to be cleared up, need to make sure that we have clarity, the committee has clarity, our staff has clarity, so we understand our roles and responsibilities, so CDAC can be most helpful in promoting economic development in our county, and which is its role and task. And so I think from time to time, it's just helpful to revisit this, and some things have been brought forward. And I think that because some things have been brought forward, I do believe that Supervisor Parlin, will be helpful in that, because she has brought those forward, and she has proved that she can work collaboratively to address those and to make sure the foundation is solid, and then move something forward productively. And so that's where the ad hoc works well. I appreciate that concern, and I would certainly, love to be a part of this too. But since other people have spoken up too, I will defer. And I think that John, I think perhaps you and Supervisor Parlin, because of your depth of history with CDAC, you are the longest standing members of this board, and Supervisor Turnbull and I and Lane don't quite have the depth of understanding on that might be the most productive path forward. So that's just kind of my thoughts. So, should we take public comment at this time? Yeah, there's any.
let's.
Okay.
Now taking public comment on item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hello, Leo.
Hi, I think I got my fingers dancing right. I apologize. I just rushed home from the meeting and ran some errands. So I realize this is CDAC. I realize this is about the ad hoc. I want to commend Supervisor Thomas for pulling me back into my lane and then fair-handedly doing the same with the board members. That's always awesome when the same approach is for everybody. Again, I want to commend the board in its process of revisiting, revising, rebuilding the CDAC. And I also want to commend the civil conversation between board members, even when they strongly disagree. I think you're modeling excellent skills for good governance for the CDAC going forward, and I'm waiting to see how you resolve this with your vote. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from 600.
There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Hi, this is Gordon Helm. Thank you for taking my call and giving me the opportunity to speak on this. As a former CDAC representative from quite a few years ago, I think before any of you were on the board, I guess I'm a little concerned, and I'm questioning what has transpired that is, I guess, initiated the need that CDAC needs to be reviewed. I mean, I think CDAC has had some pretty influential impact with regards to the general plan update that occurred quite a few years ago, and was pretty active in promoting economic development with the manner in which that whole process went forward, to give the supervisors the ability to, I guess, choose and pick, which options made the most sense with respect to how the land use or how the zoning ordinance might move forward. But it sounds like you've already made a decision to put together an ad hoc committee. I guess in speaking to that, I'm hoping that however that moves forward, that it's a little more open in some cases, I hate to say this, but with regards to the ranch marketing ordinance ad hoc committee, because as I don't know if you recall, but Chris Delfino, who was the former president of the Apple Hill Group, said that he really wasn't even included in that RMO, in those RMO discussions way back when. And I think, Apple Hill was a pretty substantial player in the ranch marketing ordinance as a whole. But before I run out of time, I guess I just would like to say that, if it looks like you are going to be moving forward with that, I would support John Hyatt or George Turnbull, because he has some actual business experience, or even I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the new supervisor from South Lake Tahoe, because I think she has some business experience too. And Ms. Parlin, I'm sorry, but I think you have made statements publicly that are to, I guess, the detriment of the economic development group as a whole, and have had some heartburn with them in the past. And I just want to make sure that whoever does get put on this board or on this group is going to be open-minded and will review things in a manner that is open and, quite honestly, able to, I guess, see things from all sides. I think that's primarily what I wanted to say, so thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Gordon.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for action. Thank you all for your comments. And just look forward to the process ahead. So with that, actually, I would like to move that we appoint Supervisors Hydal and Parlin to the ad hoc committee for CDAC.
Are you looking for a second?
Yes.
I will second that. I also was thinking along those lines too, that we are the senior board members this year, so that probably would make sense. And I know that I think Supervisor Hartle, you were active with CDAC in the past too. Back when we were doing the general plan update, we were both pretty active in it.
Yes.
So we have some of that historical, and he's right. The utilities used to attend. I don't know what happened. So I think that's the stuff that we should revisit. What happened? What's changed?
How can we move it forward?
Well, and I'm not used to having the chair jump in and make motions so quickly.
Oh,
So
I apologize.
it's okay. It's just, I really think that in this particular case, I just can't support Supervisor Parlin today, not because I don't have great appreciation for you. I know your history is in depth, but we need unbiased eyes on this right now. And, for that reason, I think that a business owner like Supervisor Turnbull, and certainly we've mentioned why we think Supervisor Heidel might be a good addition to that. I'm not going to be able to support that today. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. But remember, it's also community. And that's how I originally got involved, was the community aspect of CDAC. I was invited to attend those meetings. So.
Gotcha.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the table. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
What was your vote, George?
No.
Okay, so motion does not carry. So we will entertain a second motion.
I would like to move that we appoint Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Turnbull. for the CDAC advisory.
I'll second that.
All right, there's a motion, a second on the table. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
I will state aye. So, all right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for carrying this. So motion passes 4-1. And thank you for taking this on. And we look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Absolutely. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right. So that we are now on the CIP.
I'm going to take a break just
Okay.
because I need one.
All right, we'll
Thank
take a
you.
5-minute break. All right, the board is back in session, so we will hear item number 35, the mid-year budget.
Item number 35 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, receive and file the attached fiscal year 22-23 mid-year budget report, and if needed, provide direction to staff, and two, provide direction to the Chief Administrative Office to solicit requests for the uses of transit occupancy tax funds to support tourism and migrate the impacts of tourism in fiscal year 23-24.
Good afternoon, Sue Henneke, Chief Administrative Office. So as we did last year, we have two items for you today. We're actually going to be touching on two different fiscal years today. So the first is just to receive our report on the mid-year 22-23 budget. And of course, we do that to give you an idea of where we stand, make sure that departments are going to be able to manage within their appropriations. It was particularly important this year that we do this because we asked departments to, as much as they could, absorb the board approved compensation increases within their current appropriations. And we had promised them that if they were having any trouble doing that, we would report that to you at mid-year and we'd come back with a budget transfer. So by and large, they've been able to do that. They've been unfortunately, in part because of the difficulty in hiring staff, but nonetheless, we've been able to pretty much absorb those. The second piece we'd like to discuss is in preparation for next year's budget. We'd like to get direction from you on the piece of TOT funds that are given out to mitigate the impacts of tourism. Typically, that's been on, we ask county departments and we've asked the fire and EMS agencies because they're kind of on the front line of dealing with those impacts. But we just want to make sure each year before we go and solicit for those requests that we have clear board direction on who you want to open those up to. So we'll just have the discussion on that one piece today. There will be a more full discussion on TOT on April at our special budget meeting where we talk about board priorities. So the discussion on TOT will be really very narrow today to that one piece on soliciting proposals. So, and then I'll let Emma take it away.
Right. Welcome, Emma.
Okay, so Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. I'm going to kick this off by saying this mid-year budget report is largely benefiting us from departments. They submitted their summaries of what their budget is looking like at mid-year, but they submitted that to us in mid-January. So this really is a projection from mid-January. So things could change between now and the end of the fiscal year. So I just want to caveat that before I start. So general fund projected fund balance. This is a very important number that we use to include in our recommended budget on what is going to be available at the end of the year versus what we budgeted. So the largest part of projected general fund balance is from contingency. And of that 11.8 million in contingency, 6.75 million of that meets that board policy of 3% of adjusted general fund appropriations. We started the year with $10 million in excess contingency for economic impacts and disaster recovery. We used 5 of that for mosquito debris removal. And so now we still have 5 remaining of contingency there. So that's 11.8 million in contingency. Then when we're looking at departmental savings, it's about 6.7 million. And it's savings offset by some departments who did think at the end of the year they might not have enough appropriations to cover current costs. They are assessing those. The departments are outlined in exhibits B and C to the mid-year report on what the history is behind that. If they do in fact, at the end of the year, need to do a budget transfer, we'll bring that budget transfer to the board to approve. But right now, we just want to see a little longer how things are going to go before some of those departments have that budget transfer. Included is 3.3 million in appropriations that will be savings this year, 22-23, but they're things that just aren't going to be purchased in time. So we're going to carry over 3.3 million in appropriations into next year. So it is going to look as a fund balance number, but we'll budget it as fund balance next year and we'll have that same appropriations to offset it. So it's not really funds that are available for use. And largely that's in the Sheriff's Department and in the Information Technologies Department. Because a lot of those compensation increases weren't included in the budget just because of timings, some happened in August, as Sue stated. We had 2.2 million in appropriations in Department 15. We're keeping those because if some of those departments do need to use some of that, we can use some of that before the end of the fiscal year. And if not, it'll help in next year to meet some of those the CalPERS cost increases policy of the board. So it's the plan for those funds.
Can I just ask a quick question? What is Department 15?
Oh, sorry. It is non-departmental expenses and general revenues. It's basically where we have all the large general revenues like property tax, sales tax, and expenses that don't really belong in any department. So that blanking on what those expenses are, but they're like community funding requests that the board approves. And so we outlined those, we call it Department 15 because it's the number. I shouldn't have wrote it. I think it didn't fit when I wrote it out. But it's really listed out in the budget book for those expenses because we only get them approved once, really.
But then it specifically says salaries and benefits.
Yeah,
not like things.
Yeah, that one was a one-off year because we knew we didn't have in the adopted budget enough appropriations for what the board had approved already, because the budget was drafted by departments in January, and then there was a slew of compensation increases all the way until August, which is right when we're finalizing the adopted budget. So we knew that there weren't going to be as much savings from departments as we were anticipating, but as Sue said, due to vacancies, many of the departments were able to absorb those compensation increases.
Okay. Thank you.
And lastly, and this is a big difference from last year, there's 1.9 million in excess general revenues. Last year we had a lot of extra sales tax and transient occupancy tax, partly because of accounting changes. But this year we're really just projecting 1.9 million in excess general revenues, mainly from supplemental property taxes, unsecured property taxes, and interest, which is doing much better than it was in the prior year. And this is kind of it on general fund balance. So after this, we're going to switch to transient occupancy tax. So if there's any questions now, I'll take those.
All right. Any questions from the board?
I guess just one, you kind of commented on already. We wouldn't expect these to increase substantially in the next several months, right? With this number in total I come up with, it's like 25.9 million if I did the math right. We wouldn't expect that to increase by 3 or 4 million. We're pretty tight with our projections, right?
The main thing we would expect to increase is if there is something that's not going to get done this year, and we're going to need to carry it over to next year. Okay. So if there's a project delay, that means we're not going to get this project finished this year, it'll happen next year, then we will increase general fund balance, but there will be corresponding appropriations that match that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And unless we just still struggle to fill the vacancies, it could increase in department savings.
Okay.
I think my only question is, are you at all concerned about the 1.9 excess in general revenues, recognizing that's been healthier in the past? Does that number concern you at all?
We've been really closely monitoring general revenues. Sure. And I'm not as concerned. Last year, a lot of the excess revenue was attributed to sales and use tax, just because that was really unexpected, but it was also transient occupancy tax because of the shifts in accounting practices, and public safety sales tax, which is kind of linked to sales and use tax. So I'm not concerned that we won't meet our budgeted revenues as much. And kind of this is more in line with prior years. Since COVID, things have been a little everywhere in revenues.
Well, recognizing how conservative we are, that I'm glad to hear that this doesn't concern you at all. I mean, and that we're in still in a good state of financial affairs. So, okay, great. We'll move on to the transient occupancy tax.
Yep. So moving on to TOT, this is the board budget policy on TOT, that the revenue shall be directed toward the impact of tourism and economic development with consideration for support of tourism and promotion activities within the county, and for continued support for grant fund allocations to support veteran program. So I wanted to first start off with that because that kind of guides how we've built this process. In the prior year, this is the process that we use to bring the TOT request through to the board into and incorporated into the budget. We kind of want to duplicate that process this year. I do want to say last year we were in between years on a lot of the promotion and economic development contracts. Those typically have been 2-year contracts. So last year we weren't really considering those as new items. And so last year, the board just directed at mid-year to solicit a request from fire districts and county departments, and then the Tahoe Transportation District. We want to do that same process this year, but it'll be a little different because we do need to consider those promotion activities as well. So this is the process. Today, the board would sort of point us at what your priorities are for TOT this year. We'll go out and solicit requests from those priorities, project available TOT. And as I just stated, we had a lot more TOT last year just because of an accounting practice change. Not that revenue was a lot different. It was just different in where that revenue was realized. So we're not going to have as much discretionary transient occupancy tax to allocate to the departments as we did last year and the year before that.
Supervisor Lane, you had a question?
I'm just curious what that accounting practice was that changed that created such an excess.
Yes, so there's 2 ways that transient occupancy tax comes into the county. One is directly from the provider of transient occupancy tax. They send the receipts directly to the treasurer tax collector. The other is from Airbnb, and they send those receipts to the treasurer tax collector. At the beginning of the mid in the fiscal year, due to audit findings on how the revenues are accrued, typically before, as soon as we got the money, that was where the money was accrued fiscal year wise. The auditor, due to the audit findings, it was changed. So it changed to when the revenue was generated. So before we used to have basically a 1-quarter lag on things. And then they, because of that accounting finding, he moved it. So things that we received in the current fiscal year were actually accounted for in the prior fiscal year. And then just basically we'll have a whole quarter lag on knowing how much TOT we have because of that accounting practice. But now that we have settled on how things will, we'll have a full year. We won't know all of our TOT until basically the middle of the first quarter of the year.
And I've heard some conflicting things with Airbnb. One of them is that when they send us the money, do they break out the properties?
And that would be a question for the treasurer tax collector.
Okay, thank you.
So then we'll be returning to the board in April, and that's our April 18th special budget meeting where we're going to discuss general revenue projections, other things where we want the board's direction before the budget hearing and before we finalize the recommended budget. So at that point, we'll have actual numbers and actual recommendations. We'll have the requests from all the priorities that you set today. And then from that April meeting, we'll include that in the recommended budget. And then before the adopted budget, we'll have what the actual fund balance was from the prior year based on TOT receipts, and we might make a slight update then in adopted budget. Okay, so these are sort of the priorities of prior years. There's impacts of tourism. We funded that with fire agencies and EMS, county departments, largely transportation. The Tahoe Fund Billboard campaign is a star because economic development included that in their budget requests. That's something we might want to consider this year. And then last year we funded funds for the Tahoe Transportation District. The Veterans Program has been a flat amount to the Veterans Affairs Commission, which then gives grants to providers who provide services to veterans, and then also funding to the veterans programs for a position. And then when we look at tourism promotion and econ dev, the transient occupancy tax funds the economic development department or division in planning and building, the chambers of commerce. As we mentioned last year, the Shingle Springs Cameron Park Chamber did already submit their request this year. So they came up last year and they have submitted a request already this year. That would be a new funding to the already established chambers that we have been funding for years. Wagon Train, the Tahoe Prosperity Center, GSAC. The board in January mentioned possibly using transient occupancy taxes for the Fair Association. So I wanted to put that on this list. And then the 50 economic alliances is a new thing that Economic Development Division was putting forward. So I wanted to make sure it was included on the list. So this is where we are. What we're really looking for today is what the board's priorities are in considering funding, if we should look at new things, or if, because we know limited funding is limited this year because there isn't as much funding, if we should focus on these sort of established priorities.
All right. Thank you so much, Emma.
Madam Chair, if I could just add.
Absolutely.
So like I said at the beginning, we'll be having a more robust discussion about this in April. We'll have numbers, you'll be making some decisions and giving us direction for what to include in the recommended budget. Today, if we could go back to that last slide, please, Kim.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
That up.
Today, we're really kind of looking in the the upper left corner of that slide. So what we've come down to, as Emma said, our projection of how much we would have available is about $3.3 million at this point.
So what did we have last year?
Something like
6.7.
8-9.
Yeah, it was really fun last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a lot less this year.
So if for purposes of today's discussion, that projection is based on assuming everything else stays the same. So the funding to veterans, roads, the chambers, everything would stay the same as it was. And then the additional that we'd have would be the 3.3 million. So the reason all those things are on the slide is not for us to discuss them and make decisions on those other pieces today, but to give you an idea of the context of all the pools on this funding source. And then to know that, you're really only going to have about 3.3 million to make decisions with. So up in the impacts of tourism is where we would need direction from you today, because we don't want to at the staff level decide we're going to open this up to maybe, fire and EMS and county departments, and that's it. I mean, we want to hear if there's somebody else you wanted to add in, or if, because maybe things are a little constrained this year, we're going to keep it with status quo. So.
Now you're just looking at for the impacts of tourism, or also on the tourism promotion side too?
Today, just the impacts of tourism. So we just want to know from you today, who do you want us to go and ask, solicit proposals from for them to meet their needs in mitigating the impacts of tourism.
Okay, great. That's helpful. All right. So District 2 has buttons up.
Yeah, just something that I'm going to throw out there that I'd like to see done. And I've been talking about this for decades, I guess, if you want to call it that. But I would like to see a train, especially a wine train or something like that, coming from Folsom all the way to El Dorado. I think it would be good for tourism, and I think it would help impact our county, especially when we're talking about building that little town in El Dorado, talking about an old mining town, or back at, to the Western days. So I think it'd be something we need to look into. And I think promoting Western Railroad, Chris is here, he's part of it, the Western Railroad, and we can collaborate with Folsom Railroad too. Something we can look into, just to put it out there, so.
All right, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, when I think of impacts from tourism, I think of the areas that gather the greatest number of tourists, and South Lake Tahoe has got to be number one on that list. So certainly, that deserves special attention, as we've given it in the past. Second area, it seems to be the Coloma Lotus area, where you have the basically the American River flowing through, and you have a lot of traffic going through there and those kinds of things. It would seem that there may be some impacts there that we haven't really looked at real hard, that would be a category that would fit into that. And off the top of my head, I can't tell you what they might be. If Supervisor Parham were here, she could probably help us understand those, but I don't want to overlook that, because if we're looking at impacts from tourism, I think you focus on where's the greatest tourism. We know our national forests have a lot of tourism in them, right? And we also know that we don't get adequate funding through the PILT funds from the federal government to pay for what those services are that we have to provide. So to me, that's in the county department's category in terms of impacts from tourism, if I interpret it right, because if the sheriff's office is responding to a lot of things in the national forest, then that would be the way we would, basically make sure we've addressed that impact from tourism. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yeah, so certainly fire and EMS also as well. So the El Dorado County Fire Protection District, who serves Coloma Lotus, they've received TOT funding both for equipment and for their calls out in responding to the wilderness and the river, and I believe, traffic collisions as well. The sheriff's office in the past 2 years has also gotten some funding for their search and rescue program from the TOT. And that started when the Title III funding went away. That program was suspended. So we started providing that funding, backfilling that with the TOT. So the assumption that they would get that same level of support is also built into that, our projection of the 3.3 million. So the sheriff's office is potentially provided for at the same level as in the past. And then the other, again, we go out to county DOT for road impacts in those areas. And then the fire and EMS agencies, the thought is they're also heavily impacted by responding in those areas to the tourists. So, and we have seen the districts in those areas apply for and receive funding. Lake Valley Fire Protection District has also gotten quite a bit of equipment and as well funding to reimburse them for their service time making calls in the backcountry areas.
With the implementation of the helicopter through the sheriff's office to provide search and rescue and any number of other things, is there a consideration there of impacts from tourism that we should consider above and beyond what has classically been in the sheriff's department in terms of the operation of the helicopter? Because in my experience, most of those kinds of situations, and I'll say the majority, but I don't know the statistics, are probably in a search and rescue type of mode, where some tourist is lost in the canyon or something or other, and they're going out trying to determine where they are, get them evacuated if there's a medical need, those kinds of things. Do you think there's a special consideration given the helicopter coming online?
Well, we did in the current year, we provided $400,000, which was estimated to be about half of the operations for that program. And I think the idea at that point was once they got the program up and running, we'd be able to have that kind of data, how much is search and rescue, how much is related to tourism versus other types of things. And so, I mean, we could certainly have that discussion in the future. I think we need the sheriff to weigh in on that.
And maybe before the June budget decision or something or other that we, well, I don't know when the
they
actual
won't have the
program will
program
start.
up.
Probably
Yeah.
not for another 6 months, 8 months, right? So
yeah, so we'll roll over the funding
Okay.
into next year. So they'll have that, and then maybe the 24, 25.
right,
My
for the next
goodness,
fiscal year discussion.
process.
Very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Lane.
So just so I understand, the TOT general revenue, with the exception of the little 4% that we approved up in the basin that started January 1st. With the exception of that, all TOT revenue is a general fund revenue. And so you're saying that there's a certain segment, groups and departments that automatically are going to get an allocation off the top. And what's left is 3.5 that's still discretionary. So you're saying you're assuming the sheriffs will automatically get the normal allocation that they get out of TOT and others. Did I understand that right?
Just for the purposes of today and talking about who you want us to solicit requests from, the whole thing is open for your discussion in April, on April 18th. So you could come in and say, nope, we want to fund the sheriff search and rescue out of some other source, or we don't want to fund economic development anymore out of TOT. It's all open for you to make those decisions in April.
Okay, appreciated. So what you're saying is, this is traditionally how we've always done it. You can change it if you want, but if we go with the traditional model, what's left is 3.5, that you're here to hear what our needs are for that.
Yes.
So under impacts of tourism, again, I'm just trying to understand, you have Tahoe Transportation District down. Why are they what's the purpose of that on the list?
Yeah, last year Supervisor Novosel added them to the list at this mid-year meeting. And so they were just added last year as a one-time thing. And I can't off the top of my head think of exactly what it was for.
It's for microtransit.
Yeah.
Paratransit, yes.
And then I do want to clarify that when I say that we assumed everything else was status quo to come up with that 3.5, that does not include funding the Tahoe Transportation District. It includes the things in the on the rest of that slide. So it includes the county economic development program as it exists in planning and building. It includes the sheriff search and rescue, the roads contribution, and the county chambers at the current level, and the veterans at the current level. So anything that was provided as through the solicitation of these proposals last year, we have not built into and assumed that going forward.
Okay.
So that is, that 3.5 million is what would fund all those proposals going forward.
Okay, gotcha. And the sheriffs isn't on this list, but they should be added, right?
We had them, yes, they should.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in the county
Okay.
departments, but we did build them into the assumptions.
Gotcha. Okay. So thank you for that clarification, because I'm still just, trying to get my arms around things. I can say that up in the basin, the two issues that are really big for us right now that we're working hard on as a community is recreation, access for all, that's residents and tourists. And then transit. We have a huge gap when it comes
Yes,
to
I agree.
transit. We basically don't have a transit system. So I would love for the board to consider those as areas where we need support, not specifically who we would give to, but those would be broad brush areas that could benefit from impacts from tourism, besides our traditional ones.
So Supervisor Lane, so generally how we go out and we say this pot of money is available and we solicit applications. So
Right.
who would you solicit an application to?
Yeah,
If
we
it's not
have
the Tahoe Transportation District.
Right. Well, and the Tahoe Transportation District needs funding also, and microtransit still needs additional funding. So I would love to see that continued, but it's not enough. It only provides a very small service that yet hasn't even encroached out into the county yet. So it would need much more funding than just that. As far as recreation goes, we're looking at how to get our visitors out of their vehicles and onto public transit to go see recreation places that are getting very popular, to the degree that they're popular, that residents are, those were always our hidden trails, like only we knew about those. And now the tourism, many people talk about over tourism. I'm not going to get into the argument of whether there is or isn't. I would say, though, that the disbursement of our tourism has changed dramatically. As they begin to seek outdoor recreation, they begin to go different places. And so we're trying to manage what that looks like. So specifically to answer your question, we're starting a stewardship program in Tahoe that deals with how to get the tourism that we are generating to understand our culture, and to understand why it's important to not lean out your car door and leave your Starbucks cup on the side of the road. Like, we don't do that. We don't expect you to do that. We're trying to teach our heritage of the Washoe Indians. And so we're doing a lot of steward of the land with regards to not only our locals, but also our tourism. We're all part of the solution. But having said that, you've got like Tahoe Backcountry Alliance. They're being very creative in shuttling people to backcountry areas for outdoor skiing, but also for summer recreation as well, hiking, etc. It's almost difficult to talk about in Tahoe because it's such an evolving, moving, everyday evolving industry. But the two nodes are, recreation and certainly transit. Those are our two areas. So I would say if we could open it up to say, if you need funding and you provide recreation amenities, that would be an eligible, as opposed to me giving you a list of who those groups are that offer that, because it's evolving. Does that answer? Am I off base?
No, it answers your question. I'm wrestling with it. And I think what I'm struggling with, and the Tahoe Basin is, you see issues that we don't see down here. So you have a very unique situation up there. And we always are very eager to learn, what the true impacts of tourism is and how as the county can partner in helping address them in the Tahoe Basin.
Right.
And I think what I'm struggling with here is recognizing that we don't have 9 million, we have
Right.
3.
Right.
And I'm tempted right now to say, status quo with the impacts of tourism, because I know that our fire agencies and our EMS, they were, heavily impacted by the Tahoe Basin, and they got a lot of funding up there, and rightly so.
Right.
And that's kind of what I'm thinking this year, is we keep status quo on this, and see how it goes, see what the requests are, and then go from there. That's just kind of my initial thoughts. If we had lots of money, I think I'd be perhaps a little more open to trying other creative solutions to address tourism, but maybe there's other ways to do that. especially with this year with limited funding, but that's just kind of my initial thoughts.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and my concern is, and the concern of many that live in District 5 is that the majority of the funds are generated in the basin.
Right.
And the majority of the funds are used well before they get to the basin. So, there's a part of me that would say, well, if we only have 3.5, maybe that whole bit should go to the basin, because how much has already been bleeded right off the top that never even see the basin? That's also not a fair. I'm not offering that. I'm not saying that we should do that. But status quo is okay, but we're not up at the basin where the majority of these funds are generated. We're not standing around status quo.
Yeah,
we're evolving. And so we need to be recognized as doing that and supported as best as possible, being fair, to the fact that we're part of a larger county as well. We recognize that. We would love to have it all, but we also know we get a lot from the county too. So we want to be fair players in this.
Let me bring in one other source of revenue that we really haven't talked about a whole lot. And that's the 56-acre property that we have the agreement on.
Yeah.
And the commitment of the board at the time that was put in place is we want to reinvest those revenues that the county receives back into the Tahoe Basin. We don't want to bring them down the hill and distribute them here. So that's not TOT, but I think that's something we really need to look at, because my understanding that goes into general fund, and yet there's no really defined way of making sure those funds, that I know of at least, to get those funds back into the Tahoe Basin. So that's another discussion of revenue that should be available to the county to augment or offset some of the other things we maybe can't do with TOT. But that's a discussion at some point we need to have.
No,
But it's not TOT related.
I appreciate you bringing that up too. There's probably a way we can talk about that. It's like $267,000, 300,000, let's call it. It's still relevant. Every penny helps. So
Absolutely.
I appreciate your
Yeah.
reminding
That
us
was
of
all
that.
dedicated to stay in the
Yes,
Tahoe Basin.
yes.
Absolutely, as it rightly should.
Not huge, but it adds up
It helps.
over years.
It
Year over year, it
helps.
helps. Yeah.
Any thoughts from you, Sue or Emma, based on this discussion? I don't know how helpful we've been in this, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only caution I would have is, again, we don't have very much. So if we do open it up, then we, I think, reduce the effectiveness of the money that does go out. And it's a short time frame that we're asking people to probably respond to us by. I mean, we go out and send something out today and we'd say, get back to us by the end of March so that we can prepare it for you for April. So if we wanted to look at, and maybe it's a discussion for March or for April or another day for you all, if you, Supervisor Lane, if you wanted to revisit some of these, the bulk of the money and how it's already been kind of allocated in the past, maybe that's something the board should then discuss. And then if you wanted to have more of these funds available for this solicitation each year, then we could build a more robust process around it, rather than what we've done in the last couple of years has been frankly pretty informal. We send it out to the fire districts and county departments and we say, hey, can you quantify your impacts and get that to us? And then we'll see if the board wants to provide funding to you. So for this year, honestly, it seems like it'd be a little bit difficult to really open it very wide. And then we'd be like, the old analogy of spreading the peanut butter really thinly across the bread.
Because we do ask the agencies to quantify their ask. And so it's very specific. And when we make decisions based on those numbers.
I think what I would feel very comfortable with, and I appreciate your comments, Ms. Henneke, but we're on a short timeline. I don't want to jeopardize that. So I would be more than happy with kind of going along with your idea that we just kind of do the way we've done it. And what I would like is for next year, and so for this year, for me to understand who are all those agencies and departments that take right off the top. And then if we can have that discussion next year at in a timely fashion, so we can be thoughtful, that would work out fine for me. I don't want to tip the apple cart.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it will also be helpful when these requests come back. It's a very interesting day where we go through everything and look at it. And I think it will help build a picture of what we're doing, which then can help inform maybe what else if we need to pivot at all on this process. Great. Okay. Any other board discussion?
No. Okay.
Great. I think we're ready for public comment, Kim.
Yeah, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Devon Springs. Just a couple of things. Good questions, but you're new.
All right.
And that's reasons why you need to ask these questions because it's extremely important. For instance, what is Department 15? There has been in the past, the county, they did what's called El Dorado County Budget 101. It's essentially taking those parts that one wouldn't know about, but kind of putting them out there in an educational purpose. It's typically been part of the budget itself is to have this educational experience. It's also, when they talk about fund balance, they're talking about general fund. They're not talking about road fund, other parts of what we know to be the complete budget. And so it's important then to recognize what funds are there and then remember, always focus on the general fund. There is a budget policy. You've probably been reading it a little bit. That was established by the county. And that budget policy goes through all the itemizations of how much money percentage-wise should go to the things like contingency, reserves, those kinds of things. We did hear, it's in the staff report, the CAO staff report, that there's 11.8 million unspent contingency. That seems like a lot. But then sometimes that contingency by your actions during the year, some of it gets taken away. And so at least at this point in time, mid-year, remember, that's where we are. That's how much we have an unspent right now. I didn't see anything on reserves. But I did see the budget policy is what, 3% of your annual budget goes to reserves, something like that. It's part of your budget policies. But then you can answer that in a second. The board amended the TOT policy a few years ago. It used to be 50 plus $1 has to go to tourism. The board made a decision that wasn't what we were going to do it anymore. So now they have complete discretion on how much money goes to tourism. Therefore, the question from staff about where do you want to see that go? Colorado County Gold, 1848, a nonprofit. We're in the tourism business. We would want a chance at some of the TOT. El Dorado Western Railroad, El Dorado Trail. These are all things that I'm involved with. I want a chance to be able to get some of the TOT and compete. And Treasurer Tax Collector and Veteran Affairs Commission get it straight off the top. They get a percent. Find out about that.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Shingle Springs again. This is such fun. As I've shared, my degree is in public administration. Never used it professionally, used it more as a citizen advocate and union negotiator. So again, just echoing what Chris said, great questions. I've seen budgets presented by staff that are nowhere near the caliber that the staff pulled together. Kudos there. And I've seen boards that just didn't even ask any questions. They let the citizen advocates do it all. So great process. Just, we're kind of lobbying you. So like Chris mentioned, some of his groups, I work with Highway 50 Association. I'm only speaking as an individual, but it's my understanding from them that the county's generous allocation has not increased very recently. Inflation's just biting into it. They're struggling in so many ways, and to be supportive of the great comments concerning The basin, last year I had the honor of riding the train, and the Historical Society is trying to bring back events around the train, wagon train, and drive that tourist piece. And for a variety of reasons, it didn't succeed financially. I work in other communities where they did succeed financially, but so I think, again, collaboration and maybe a little more money is something to consider as you're looking at everybody who needs a little bit more money. And finally, I came here from San Diego. We have an awesome railroad museum, all of that kind of stuff. So I think Supervisor Turnbow is really on to something. And I hope that that idea, maybe, everything is time and a place, but I hope it does move forward eventually. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from 013.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, I live in the area that earns most of this transient occupancy tax. And in my opinion, we're at a point of diminishing returns in the vacation home rental market in the county, but especially in District 5 over here in the Tahoe Basin portion of the county. Our infrastructure is so deteriorated that when people visit the neighborhood, they feel sorry for us. We have no curb and gutter. We have no sidewalks. But on top of it, our road beds are destroyed. I mean, failing in every single neighborhood. And people come here, they got their baby carriages. What, they need four-wheel drive baby carriages? I mean, I'm out in my yard taking care of my yard, and people who live here do an amazing job of recovering from disastrous winters on a regular basis and broken trees and whatnot. But no matter what we do, we can't overcome the county's neglect of our neighborhoods, our roads, our bridges, and at this point, if you want to keep giving the money to other places that don't earn the TOT, then that's exactly what a diminishing return is. And I hope that you'll consider otherwise. You're either going to start investing in the places that are earning the money, and I actually don't believe that we ever should have become hotels in the neighborhood. I think it's improper. And the reason it's improper is because these roads were never built to I can't think of the word, but to maintain the number of people that now visit them. And now we're in the middle of a disaster out here. Nobody tells them how many cars they can bring. You know how much it can mess up a neighborhood or a road when one or two cars parks in the street and they shouldn't be there? I mean, you can do what you want, but you might want to think about the fact that you don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, and that's what we are. And after this year, it's apparent to me we'll only be a summer community. The long-term use, land use for the Sierra Nevada shows nobody living here because California is going to have it for resource storage only, for snow, for water, and for timber. So thank you.
Thank you for your helpful comments. We wish you well in all that snow. Gosh.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon, board. Kathy Lishman. I know that there's so much for you to think about with this issue because there are so many parts and pieces, and I like how it's changed to address the impacts. And I think it should address promoting tourism and keeping in mind the impacts of tourism. I know the majority is raised in the Tahoe Basin, but also keep in mind the impact that the Tahoe Basin traffic and the Apple Hill traffic have on the city of Placerville. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. As she said, lots to think about here.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board. You feel you have adequate direction? Then we're pretty much saying a status quo for this year. And then we will, as this process evolves, revisit and look at the Tahoe Basin and what other additional opportunities there are as we move forward.
So that would include the fire agencies and the EMS, the county departments, and the Tahoe Transportation District, if you're saying status quo.
Supervisor Lane, I'll defer to you on that one. Yes.
But we do want to make sure all the money that's available gets allocated, right? I'm not, to me, status quo means nothing changes from what it was last year. I think the philosophy is status quo.
Philosophy status quo,
But
yes.
not the numbers, right? We want to make sure that we distribute the funds to get the best impact we can. So.
Wish the numbers are status quo. from
Yeah,
last year.
right.
And
but
that
they're
is,
not, yeah.
and so again, that'll be your discussion in April. So you'll be
Yes.
looking at all of the pieces. So you'll be looking at the proposals that we got. And so when I say status quo, my understanding of that is just who we're soliciting proposals from for this piece. In April, you'll talk about all of it. The chamber contracts, everything will be part of that discussion. And I don't think we'll have any trouble allocating the dollars, honestly.
Okay, any further discussion?
And I think just to dovetail, I think Supervisor Heidel was also mentioning the fact that the city does pay the county. It's not 300,000, but it's a little bit less than that annually for their share of the 56 acre. And it was always understood that that money would be going back to the basin for investment back into whether it be the 56 acres or some other beach or an access point, whatever. And we're just asking for clarity is because it's going into the general fund. So how is that being allocated back to the basin?
I thought we had talked about road maintenance, but yeah, that'd be good to clarify that.
Road maintenance was in the category of eligibility.
Okay,
We
yeah.
really didn't get down to defining prioritization of that, so.
Good. All right, good discussion. All right, so do I have a motion for this item?
I'll make a motion. we move. Okay. Do you want to state what the motion is specifically? Is it the status quo is?
Staff's
is defined?
recommendation?
Yes, as staff recommends.
Okay. And I'll second that with the amendment, that the direction to staff is basically the process is status quo, and we'll work with the limited resources we have this year as opposed to last year. We want to make sure we distribute everything, so.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. All right.
Thank you.
Actually, can we just make note that the vote is 4-0 with Supervisor Parlin being absent?
Thank you. Emma and Sue, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Sue.
All right, so with that, we are at the end of our department matters. We'll move on quickly to to and froms.
Mhm.
Who is ready to start on that?
I am, if you want somebody to go.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Okay, so
Heidel.
this is 2 weeks worth, I believe, so I'm going back to February 22nd. We had our LAFCO monthly meeting, and I'm pleased to report that all of our projects are on track per the work plan. I think LAFCO is making great progress there. We made a number of different improvements on the website, and then also the use of technology and the way we do our accounting. So day after day, month after month improvements, and I think that's going to be visible to the public here very soon with respect to project submittals and or inquiries. So jumping forward to Wednesday, March 1st, very busy day. The CSAC Rural Caucus was convened, and I represented our county for the Rural Caucus. And we were asked to present what were the top issues in our county. And so the first one I presented was a lack of funding and DOT work overload for storm debris clearing, keeping roads plowed, resurfacing subdivision roads, and performing vegetation management along county roadways. So the emphasis on lack of funding. The state needs to provide more funding for us to do the work that they're supposed to be ultimately sponsoring, right? Second one, lack of funding for effective forest management, wildlife preparation, resiliency. Again, I think the state has more of an obligation to help us find that funding to put these programs forward, and we are at the forefront of kind of leading some other counties in terms of how we do that, but it certainly involves the federal government as well. The third one I said is lack of funding for California and mosquito fire recovery, because that's not accounted for anywhere in these budgets, and it seems again that we should be getting some supplemental funds to help on that recovery effort. And then the fourth one I did was inadequate transitional housing for the homeless exiting our shelter and navigation center. And I'm going to emphasize that with one of the later ones from yesterday's meeting. So those are the 4 items I presented. And then following that, we had the El Dorado Hills Senior Center grand reopening on the same day. Great work by Health and Human Services to put together a party celebration type of thing. And the seniors were welcome in. They got their lunch programs if they basically requested them. And it was just a great event. It was a ribbon cutting and hopefully some good publicity came out of it. I know it did locally. I'm not sure if it made the Mountain Democrat up here or not, but with that, there was also a definition of when the El Dorado Hills Club, i.e. the senior daycare, would be opening. And my understanding that was supposed to be as of yesterday. I don't have a confirmation, but it's I think encouraging to know that facility that the county owns in El Dorado Hills, which was the former fire station, is being fully utilized again. The front portion of it is managed by our El Dorado Hills Community Services District with their various programs and their senior programs and stuff. And then the senior daycare is the county operation in the back part of the building. But a major event and a lot of really happy seniors to see that coming back, and just the socialization, all the things that they can do to interact with one another and develop friendships. I mean, it's just incredible what can be done in those facilities given the right kind of a program. So hopefully that's happening. After that, I attended the El Dorado Hills Chamber Luncheon, and it was interesting in particular because they have a current FBI agent who spoke on cybersecurity and the threats to businesses. And there are huge threats to businesses right now and all kinds of different hoaxes and scams and other things that are out there. And so it was kind of eye-opening from the standpoint, he was telling real stories of things that he had experienced. Was kind of like, whoa, really? Okay, that stuff's going on too, huh? But it's widespread, and it's just a heads up to our businesses that they need to be aware of all of the attacks, all the cyber things that are going on, and properly prepare themselves with the right kind of planning. And they kind of went through and described what are the things that the businesses can do to simply prepare themselves. So that information is available. Following that, we had the Pioneer Community Energy Procurement Review Committee process, and I'm chair of that committee. And I'm pleased to say that we were able to identify the necessary supplemental, what I'll call reserve power supplies, consistent with the CPUC determination of what we have to provide as Pioneer. And we're able to have contracts on things right now all the way out through 2025. And so we're still working on some of the out year stuff, but it's coming together. And that's only because the staff is very energized to go out and look for these things and to negotiate and find the resources that are becoming available. One of the spinoffs of that is actually a SB 1383 funding mechanism where we can buy credits for the composting that's required for 1383, and it's at $32.50 a ton, which I don't know how to determine whether that's a good price or bad price, but they're telling me that's a good price on a comparative basis. So I forwarded that information to Jeff Warren, whether or not El Dorado County chooses to engage in that. But Pioneer was just asking for communities that had an interest so they could determine if they wanted to solidify some kind of a contractual arrangement. But again, very proactive in finding those resources and helping us understand what our options are. Then the following day, CSAC held their quarterly board of directors meeting. And one of the main things that came out of that was the at-home initiative. And hopefully you all received that copy that came from CSAC of their criteria for establishing the at-home program and wanting to work more directly with the state. Kind of an elbow to elbow relationship where we have direct inputs from the counties and cities. The cities will be involved as well, but counties and state government to determine what are the best programs we can implement, recognizing one size doesn't fit all. Things that happen in rural counties are probably substantially different than they are in the more metropolitan counties. And to be able to separate those things where programs are effective in one place and where other programs are effective in another place. So that discussion has started. There's ongoing committee activities to make inputs to it. So I'm hoping that this is really a breakthrough for the whole state of California in terms of how we integrate all of our resources and our planning to really make a difference in terms of the homeless population. So it's a great new start. Just have to hope that all continues and reaches fruition. Following that meeting, I came back for the El Dorado Transit and Transportation Commission meeting, and I'll let others report on that since I'm kind of getting wordy here. And then on Monday, yesterday, we had a 2x3, Wendy and I, with our strategic planning consultant, and talked about the plans for the next phase of getting ready to have an offsite meeting formatted in a workshop format, and some of the details will be forthcoming. But I think that was a very good discussion, and we're going down that path pretty quickly because I think we've all recognized the need to get together and be able to discuss it and how we have more opportunity to share ideas on things through a workshop format than what we would have with a board meeting. And it includes public inputs, but the public would have provisions to basically not interrupt the discussions we're trying to have. So not a free for all, but a very structured discussion. So, and then last thing was last night we held the monthly El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting. Olivia and Byron Cooper and Timlin James were the two guest speakers. They talked about our homeless shelter navigation center. They gave us a report, and it was essentially the report that we're getting. The last weekly report was what they highlighted, and there's tables in there that kind of give you a visual representation of where we are and timelines. They didn't get into a lot of that detail, but we know that that's available. So the two things that are kind of a takeaway from that was the internal update memos. I think those coming out on a weekly basis are really encouraging to see how transitions are happening. What are we doing to adapt? All those kinds of things. And ultimately, how many people are we able to get to the point of being able to recommend that they get into a more temporary shelter provision than the navigation center, right? That transitional housing is what I call it. And then again, that's the biggest gap right now, is trying to define it. And they were very, very clear and honest about the fact we don't have a solid plan as to how we do that. And so it was fortunate that we had representatives from Housing El Dorado there, and they were able to discuss some of the things that were going on. I actually got a follow up in terms of the progress being made on the City of Placerville's project over off the side of where the fairgrounds are and what that's doing. And there's a website that presents all that information. So if you're interested in what that affordable housing project is, that's not for homeless sheltering, but it's affordable housing. There is some pretty good description out there in some websites. You're probably familiar with it, but most of the rest of us aren't. But a great breakthrough to be able to find out that we are making progress in some of those. So that's the end of my report.
The city has several projects that are moving forward, which is very exciting. Supervisor Lane, are you ready?
I have no report.
Good for you.
We're just
You just got
shoveling.
married.
We're just shoveling every day. Every day.
Our condolences. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, just we had a so far biomass meeting and stuff, and we're moving forward with biomass. We're looking at different projects. There was 5 different projects we're looking at, and Black Oak Mine is back in the running again. So that's a good thing. And we're also looking at up there, Sierra Pacific in Camino too. There's another particular site and stuff, and then all these other small areas of biomass. Also, I had numerous department head meetings, went with John. I was a little bit late, but I think it's neat. The senior center's open back up there. They were having a good time. They were dancing. It was a great time for all, and they were all very, very appreciative.
Live band,
of
they
what's
were
going on.
dancing.
Yeah, they were having
Nice.
a great time is what they were.
Well-planned party.
Nice.
So, and then transportation and transit and some issues and some of the projects and stuff in transportation. Just want to let you know, you weren't there, but El Dorado, they're looking at the drainage problem there to fix the drainage problem. So that was a good thing. And then also fixing the Latrobe Road, but there's widen Latrobe Road, but there's also different projects all through the different area they're addressing and trying to get money there to fix these projects and stuff. So it's really a good thing. And then, like I say, I had surgery on Friday, having my gallbladder removed and a hernia fixed. So I'm kind of on the mend. Sorry. I know everybody says I should have stayed home today, including there's been a lot of people telling me that, but I'm a trooper. I just want to make sure I'm here to be able to support the county and support this board. So, and then anyway, so that's all I have.
Well, we appreciate that and glad you're on the mend.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
All right. Just real quickly, had a SACOG Policy and Innovation Committee meeting yesterday. And so I chair that committee, and we had a legislative update. And the reason I'm bringing this to you is that there was something that blew our mind. We had our lobbyist with us and wanted us to know that the Highway Trust Fund in DC, the Federal Highway Trust Fund, there was a change in their software system and they have lost $5 billion. They can't find it. They don't know where it went. They don't know if it was just an accounting error or if something has happened. And so we were informed that there's an investigation going on.
Oh, wow.
And the only reason I bring this to you is that, and some are urging Congress to add an additional $5 billion to the Highway Trust Fund, but recognizing that federal funds are also severely limited and impacted, that there's not, that's not a unanimous front on that. And so this will impact our federal allocations for our roadways through EDCDC and through what we get. So just a heads up that federal monies for road may be severely impacted. And that was, I don't know how you lose $5 billion, but I hope they find it. So the other thing is wanted to put this on everyone's radar. On June 16th, this is through SACOG, there is going to be a large event in Folsom for electeds. And I encourage you to put this on your calendar. This is the big blueprint meeting where we are looking at regional transportation planning or regional planning 20 years out. And so encourage everyone to take part in that. It's really important as our voice is there as to the projections and how we grow. So look forward to that. Had a very productive meeting, a 2x2 meeting with the city of Placerville and Supervisor Parlin and Mayor and Vice Mayor and Cleve and Don and Tiffany. And the Caltrans cleanup went well within the city on the Broadway encampment. And I'm very grateful that Caltrans, that was their project because it saved the city $200,000 to $300,000 at least.
Wow, that's great.
So that's, I'm really grateful. Some of the issues going forward is that we will continue to look at security and who responds to the navigation center, whether it's the Sheriff's Department or Placerville Police Department, or whether it's a combination. That's just an ongoing issue that we haven't fully resolved yet. So just wanted to put on the radar that those are ongoing discussions. There are other jurisdictions that have different models like that. So we're looking at that. Also, an issue is that the 5150 calls that, because it's inside the jurisdiction of the city of Placerville, the police department respond to. And I didn't know this, but when they get a 5150 call, that call lasts about 2 to 3 hours because they're really complex. And the city of Placerville only has 2 deputies and 1 sergeant on call at any one time. So if they're tied up with that really impacts the Placerville Police Department. Right. So we all recognize that we need to continue to work collaboratively together to address these challenges. So ongoing conversations. I'd like to give a big congratulations to our Recorder Clerk's Office for receiving the Tyler Award of Excellence for 2023. And that is an award that recognizes organizations that have increased operational efficiencies through technology, and specifically those that are working on reducing barriers to performing autonomous essential tasks to create better customer service platforms for our residents. So just a big cheers to our Recorder Clerk's Office for that prestigious award. And then Supervisor Parlin and I spent all last week in Washington, DC with the El Dorado Water Agency. It was a privilege to go back there. And I understand why we went back right now, because now is appropriation season. And I've never been back during this time of year. Cap to cap is really valuable in so many other ways, but it's too late. And so we had really productive meetings with Kylie's office. They just had a really productive meeting with Congressman Kylie, Feinstein's office, Padilla, Matsui, McClintock, and the Bureau of Reclamation. And then Ked had additional meetings with other agencies. And our focus was on Alder Creek with this, recognizing that we are getting more and more heavy snowpack. We have to be able to capture that water at a higher elevation level to not only fulfill the requirements and demands of our general plan. Alder Creek would give us excess water capacity to sell, and would also help reduce the impacts at lower levels to flooding. And so we are really making a big push on Alder Creek and looking to fund the feasibility of studies that go back to take that to the next level. It's a critical issue. We also were looking at riverine monitoring stations we are working hard to address the heavy water flows that will be coming and have the data we need to make decisions in the future for projects. Really highlighted a timber policy, getting the federal government to, right now you can't export timber off the El Dorado National Forest because it's considered a federal asset. And so getting them to look at a pilot program let us harvest the El Dorado National Forest, either our salvage or our timber. And let's test this on us to see how we can make this work for
I
us.
think the county could do a lot better.
Yeah, exactly.
My personal.
Yeah, so we're working hard on that. And then we've also got grants for snowpack stations, and thank the Bureau for that, as well as a grazing program. So we also highlighted the Cameron Park issue.
Yes.
These are the main project that we're pushing for appropriations while highlighting some of our local issues as well. So had a very productive meeting in Washington, DC.
I just want to thank you for that too. I appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
You bet. There was constant conversation
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
So, all right. So that's all I have. Our CAO's office.
I have nothing to report.
Well,
Thank
I do
you.
have one
we'll
go
go
back.
back? All right.
I was remiss in not identifying Jillian Smith for the great effort she put into the reopening of the senior center.
Excellent.
Right.
A lot of work went into it, and it was, like I said, it was a party event, and she just really put a lot of extra effort into making sure that was a success, and it was hugely successful. So
Oh,
I wanted to mention her by
Fantastic.
name, and I was skipped over that in the beginning. So
That's wonderful. It's not easy to put on a good party. So
Right.
No, it is.
kudos-
It was
kudos to
good.
Jillian.
Trust me. We had a great time.
absolutely.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. All right. So with that, I think we are ready to go to closed session. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 38 through 42 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from D. Patel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. How are you?
Fine, welcome.
Okay, I was trying to contact you because I have two property on the Broadway, Motherlode and Gold Trail. We are trying to contact after that you are planning to purchase the property for long time, and then somebody just said, no, now it is only for 2 years. And so when we start conversation, it was start with the long-term lease or buying property. And then suddenly.
Dee, I hate to stop you, but this is only comment on our closed session items. But you're the property owner in Pollock Pines?
No, in Placerville.
Oh, Placerville. Okay, I will circle back around with you and have a conversation with you offline on that.
Okay, so when you gonna contact me? Because I tried to many times, but I didn't get in touch with you.
Can you reach out to the recorder clerk's office and leave your contact information for me?
I left many messages, but no further, nobody contact me or nothing.
Okay, I'll know how to find you.
Okay.
I will contact you this week. Thank you.
Okay, you have my cell phone number, so or you can email me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Lyle Benekoshan, Single Springs. You're going to be considering my cure and correct letter. Thank you for posting it. Got positive feedback, at least to me. But I'm just sharing that the folks I speak to in a group called Open Government, the way this is structured, cure and correct, many times when you report out, it says no action. And no action under the code is action. And so I urge you to be transparent and let us know if you're going to consider some alternative in terms of a transparent method of dealing with my concerns, or if you're just saying, no, we're not going to do anything, because the third option to me is not transparent. I commend your staff for looking at your core values that are on your wall for both their integrity and excellent service in this matter. As you demonstrated at the board today, very difficult conversations can be held in a productive manner. The other two values that I'm focusing on, which again you demonstrated, are collaboration and accountability. To repeat, that was the whole purpose of the cure and correct, not to go to litigation, which is adversarial, but to hope that, like other boards, you can, in a collaborative and accountable manner, broaden the conversation about the Human Rights Commission. I don't mean to be disparaging, but I feel that your normal protocol of not having open conversations is kind of, CYB, and I'm a special ed teacher, so my training in terms of de-escalating is to urge students to do peace, which is pause, exhale, acknowledge, choose, and engage. So I look forward to a productive engagement after you have your conversation. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So County Council, do we expect a report out?
I do not.
Okay, so with that, should I announce that we adjourned at this point?
We'll go ahead and adjourn out of closed session.
Right, we're gonna
We'll
recess to
report the
closed
time to the clerk and she can go ahead and
Okay,
note
great.
that on the
All right, perfect. So we will now recess. So thank you all for being with us today.